Good morning, everyone. We are on day 2 of our May meeting, and we have all board members present and at the table, so we will get started. We're going to open with a presentation, one that I'm very excited about, from USD 494, Syracuse. And so I want to welcome Superintendent Paul Larkin, and I will let you introduce who's with you, sir, if you would.
Thank you very much for letting us be here.
Absolutely.
And I'd like to introduce Liz Plunkett, who's our elementary principal, and Taryn Parks, who's one of the parents of 3 children in our district. Okay. We had another parent that was scheduled to come with us, but she had a death in her family over the weekend, so she was unable to attend. And before we get started, I know Deborah talked about, this is going to be Dr. Watson's last board meeting, and so how strange is that? And so I don't know if I'm deserving of being one of the speakers at your last board meeting, but thinking back, I've known Dr. Watson for a long time. I was a high school principal in Augusta for 13 years before getting into the district level work, and so Randy was at McPherson at the time. And in the middle of my coursework for becoming a superintendent, Jim Lentz, who was a former superintendent, took me to a meeting with some of the other superintendents in the area. And I'm, going, I wonder what this is like. I've been to league meetings with principals and ADs where we're talking about wrestling or football for half of the meeting before we talk about the real work we're doing with kids. And so when we got to this meeting, I'm like, I wonder how long they're going to talk about baseball and football. And thankfully, there was none of that. We talked about student achievement and coursework and how we can make kids better for the future. And I'm like, this is the work I want to do. And so that kind of was a guiding point. So Randy, thank you for your vision for a long time of your work. Well, as you know, we're here to talk about some digital safety and screen time and all the good stuff. And this has been an issue of concern for myself and several colleagues for several years. And as you know, you put the Blue Ribbon Task Force together and gave a lot of recommendations, which a lot of us took to heart. Some of those things we could do pretty easily. And then some of those things were like, I really don't know how to do this. Educate kids, educate parents on some of these things that we know are happening in our brain to these young people with the amount of screen times we're having. And so we were thinking about different things, and we implemented a lot of the stuff of reducing screen time and getting devices out of the kids and those kinds of things. But really the education portion, I didn't have any idea what we should do. And so a personal acquaintance of mine back from my high school days is friends with Katie and her family with Screen Guardians. And so he knew I'd been thinking about these kinds of issues. And so he put me together with Katie, and we got together on a Zoom about a year ago. And so we started talking about, she was sharing her vision of Screen Guardians and what they're trying to do to not only educate the kids, but also get parents involved and all those kinds of things on this. And so she's like, would you be willing to be a pilot? And I'm like, well, let's walk through this for a few times. And so we had several meetings over the course of the summertime. And I'm like, yeah, I'm in. We need to be a part of this. And so we got started, and I wanted to be very intentional about how we did this with the district. So we got started teaching the teachers about what we're going to be doing. We decided we were going to kick it off second semester. And so we had a parent event where we wanted to just be very transparent about what we were trying to do and then walk them through it, discuss the parent portal and all the different things that go along. And so we started that. And some of the reasons I guess I should talk a little bit about why I chose the Screen Guardians program was I was not interested in a one-time assembly. That's not going to do us much good. We already have the awareness, so we just need to really have the education portion of that. And then I wanted something that all the classrooms would benefit from, kindergarten all the way up to the seniors. And so this program did that. It provides mental health education, digital safety, talks about the reduction of screen time. And then we also wanted the parents to be able to be involved with that. And also, our teachers have a lot on their plate, and so I really wanted kind of a canned program that we didn't have to develop on our own, and so that the teachers could just really pull the lessons up, review those, and then just carry them off with the kids. And so this checked all those boxes for me, and so we got started. And so I think at this time I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Mrs. Plunkett, our elementary principal, and she's going to talk about how that looked at the elementary level, and then we're going to have she'll introduce Taryn to discuss what that's like from a mom's point of view. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for having us today. I feel very honored to be here today. It's a little overwhelming, too. I mean, I've been a public educator for, well, since 1996, so however many years that is. Very proud of the work that I've done. But definitely we've seen a lot of changes over the years, haven't we? And Dr. Watson, thank you for your service to public education in Kansas. So I'm just going to share with you just a little bit about how this looks in the actual classroom and in real time. What Mr. Larkin shared, that we didn't want a one and done program, and we did want something that would be very easy to implement in the classroom. When we started this program, my school counselor and I said, we're going to start this program and we're going to teach it, because we wanted to really be in the weeds of it. We wanted to know what it looked like, how it felt, were the lessons really easy to use, and 100% to those things. It was very easy for us to get the lessons, the modules. It took us, I don't know, maybe 10 or 15 minutes to prep a lesson, and then we got to go do it. Katie and her team have developed some incredible materials that are very relevant to today's kids, and like I said, a lot of simplicity to use. When we talked about why we wanted something like this in our building, this is my 9th year as a principal, and one of the things that we have noticed increasing over time is definitely when our kindergartner kids, when they come in, their lack of ability to pay attention, their inability to kind of soothe themselves, and also their inability to be persistent and stay with a task. And we know that screen time is increasing for kids across the board, no matter what their age. And I think that screen time definitely plays into what we're seeing with our younger students. They also have low fine motor skills. You know, they're not able to hold a pencil and start cutting and coloring and those types of things that are so important. And those kids need those skills before they can ever even learn to read. So we knew we needed to do something different. Even my kindergarten teachers came to me 2 years ago and they said, do we have to use the iPads? No, we absolutely do not. And so we don't use any tech in our building for kindergarten or first grade students. And that has made a difference in our classrooms. We were worried that the kids might feel like they're getting cheated a little bit, but you know what? They haven't missed it at all. So we know that we're doing the right thing. Also, when we review different types of curriculum series, we're trying to really get away from the online tech for our kids. You know, for a while we were kind of sold that, like all of these things are like the magic fix, right, for our kids. And so a lot of us bought into that, but we know that that's not the case. So we're trying to put textbooks back in front of kids. We want them writing, we want them engaging with each other and not with devices. And this program totally supports all of that. I also wanted to share just a couple of highlights from us teaching the program and some of the things that we've seen that we think have been a real impact. You know, I've heard kids say things like, my dopamine cycle's out of whack. And those are things they wouldn't know had we not done this program. So kids are talking about those things. Parents are sharing with me the things they're doing different in the home to really impact their kids and get rid of screen time. You know, when we get to talk to kids about things like, you know, when you spend 7 seconds on a TikTok reel, you've just created a digital footprint. You've created your digital bubble around yourself. And now the creators of those programs, they know what you're interested in. But I think the lesson that probably made the greatest impact on me that I got to teach was with a group of 6th graders, and we talked about the echo chamber effect. And that is when you spend time on any of those platforms, and so now you've created that digital footprint and those algorithms are set to you. So when we talk about the mental health crisis in this country, a kid's having a sad day. They feel maybe a little anxious or stressed, and now they're spending time on TikTok, and all the reels that they're seeing are feeding into that. So when I talk to those kids about when you put that out there and that bounces back at you nonstop, no wonder you feel sad. No wonder you feel anxious. And then you continuously seek those things out. So we've gotten to share with kids all the opportunities and all the things that they can do to put those tech devices aside. How do you set a time limit? How do you talk to your parents about those things? It has made a difference. And also something I have to share with you, our whole entire 4th grade class wrote letters to all of you and about Screen Guardians and what they've learned and how it's made a difference. So I'll leave those letters with you guys today because I would like for you to hear from our students what they're learning about Screen Guardians. So anyway, thank you very much for your time today. And I'm going to let Taryn Parks come up. She's one of our parents, and like Mr. Larkin shared, she has 3 kids in our school district, and she's going to share a little bit with you about how Screen Guardians has impacted her from a parent's perspective. Yes. So I don't know. Do I share these with you guys?
Good morning. I'm Taryn Parks, and I'm a parent of 3 children at USD 494. I became aware of Screen Guardians from a flyer in our local newspaper, and the flyer said that was a presentation focused on screen time, internet safety, and the effects of technology on the developing brain. And I'm a very involved parent, so I was like, okay, I'll go. I will admit at first I was a little skeptical, and I was like, oh, this is probably another organization trying to collect data on our students. Well, I'm glad I went, because Katie, Kevin, and Susan did an outstanding job explaining digital wellness, online safety, and very real impact of excessive screen time that can have an impact on your children and families. After hearing the research and stats presented at the meeting that evening, I left feeling concerned, and honestly, I had a lot of mom guilt of what was happening in my household. And so I found myself wondering how I could fix this in my household and how I could fix this with my family. After the meeting, I had a brief conversation with Katie. After exchanging emails and connecting, that's how I became a member of the Screen Guardian Task Force, is communicating and connecting with Katie. Like many families, our increased screen time use started with good intentions. When my oldest son, he's a freshman now in 3rd grade, he got an IEP for reading, and a lot of the reading intervention material was an app on an iPad. And so we got him an iPad, because everybody was telling me, well, this app is good for reading, and that's how that started. We purchased an iPad, and then over time, it evolved to games and increased screen time. Eventually, all the kids in my household had a gaming console to connect with friends in the evening, and before long, we became an iPad family. After exploring Screen Guardian resources, I knew our family needed to make some changes. I continue to research healthy screen habits and ways to make technology safer in our home, and I got all of that research and data from Screen Guardian's parent portal that Katie has. The first changes I implemented was limiting screen time in my household. We established a household rule that all devices were put away at 7 p.m. That was a little optimistic. I got a little pushback from that. That transition was very difficult. So I made some compromises with my older 2 children with their screen time and their devices at night. And their phones are no longer in their bedrooms. They are being charged overnight in my room, and they can get it back in the morning. The transition, like I said before, has been especially challenging for my older 2 children, because technology and devices have always been a huge part of their life naturally. However, the changes that I've made in my household with my 7-year-old, I've seen the impact immediately. He no longer asks for an iPad or to watch Netflix, or he has transitioned into this very quickly. As a family, we've made more of an effort to spend time together at nights, doing puzzles, Legos, game night, instead of relying on screen time for entertainment. I also make it a point to ask my children after school what they've learned that day, and Screen Guardians get brought up a lot. When Mrs. Plunkett had said that the kids use words like dopamine, and my children tell me that too, like, oh, my dopamine got skyrocketed too quickly, I'm gonna go outside for a second. And it's just kind of funny how in that conversation with them, it doesn't seem like a big deal to them, but it's a huge deal to me as a parent. The hardest part of the journey is the hardest part of my journey is the pushback I get from my kids. They're learning. They're just not accepting it as quickly as I am. And one of the challenges that I found too is my screen time, me modeling that for them has been hard too. I'm incredibly grateful for Katie's emails, podcast, and ongoing support throughout this process. Screen Guardians has given me encouragement, tools, and the confidence to realize that it's never too late to make a positive change with my family and I tried to explain that to the other kids at school. My household is a household where the kids come and go all day long, and I put little bugs in their ears like, remember, it's not too late. I don't have a problem with telling my children they have to get off screen time to go outside, so that's not the problem. It's just the short bursts of dopamine and the social media and that reliance they have on that. My goal moving forward is to continue to spread the awareness of digital wellness and health technology habits in our community. And thank you for allowing me to share my story. I'm sorry, I was really nervous, but I appreciate you guys hearing my side of the story. I tried to rehearse my letter over and over last night. It didn't come across how I wanted it to, but I feel like Screen Guardians is a really impactful program, and if we see the kids from all ages using the words like dopamine and accepting the fact that they may be on technology too much, we us adults need to take that into consideration, because they're willing to try and meet us halfway, and then maybe some later on down the road, this won't be a worry of a parent.
Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For having me.
Appreciate it. Yeah. No, she's right there.
Yeah, and we'll be available for questions too.
Yeah.
I've asked Mrs. Plunkett to read the story of the other parent.
Okay.
She wrote a little
perfect.
statement, so she'll share that.
Okay.
You know, I guess just one thing too that Taryn did talk a little bit about, and I didn't say this when I was up here before, but the coolest thing about this program is that we are teaching the kids about how their brain works, about their frontal lobe is not developed until they're 25. And it's hard to stop and make decisions. It's hard to make better choices sometimes. And so the kids have been fascinated by learning how their brains work. And I think that's a really powerful piece of this program. And I failed to mention that earlier. So that is something that definitely we've gotten from Katie and from her team. And that's been a really special part of this program. So, all right. So the letter I'm going to read to you is from Ronna Simon, and she's a parent of 3. And she is also a member of my site council. And so this is what she shares. My name is Ronna Simon, and I am a stay-at-home mother of 3 children. Our oldest is 11 years old, and we also have a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. When our oldest daughter was just 2, she received her first Kindle. At the time, we were impressed. It offered educational apps and seemed like a wonderful learning tool. Because of that, we allowed her to use it frequently. Over time, however, that use gradually increased, and we began noticing changes in her behavior and mood. There were moments when we would take the device away for a day, and almost immediately we would see a positive shift in her attitude. At the time, we didn't fully understand what was happening, but looking back, it's clear that the constant screen use was impacting her. Like many parents, we understand that too much screen time isn't ideal, but it wasn't until I attended the launch night of Screen Guardians that the reality truly became clear. I learned how apps and games are intentionally designed to keep users engaged, constantly triggering the brain to want more. That night, my husband and I made a decision that our younger 2 children will not have personal devices, and that our oldest would no longer have unlimited access. We had always been mindful about what she could download, but our time limits were not as effective as we thought. They allowed up to 5 hours a day, and since then, we have made meaningful changes in our home. All devices are turned in and plugged in at our bedroom by 8 p.m. every night. Game usage is limited to 1 hour total per day, not per app, and not across all games. The results have been significant. We've seen more time spent playing with her siblings, increased social interaction like going to the park with friends instead of staying home on devices, a noticeable improvement in her overall attitude, and a renewed interest in activities like sports. We all recognize that phone safety is important. However, what Screen Guardians offers goes beyond simple awareness. They are educating students on what is actually happening in their brains when they use these devices. This is not a one-time presentation. It is a structured curriculum designed to truly teach and influence lasting habits. I believe this kind of education is not only valuable, but absolutely necessary for our children today. Thank you.
Before we jump into, Paul, I wanted to ask you, because you and I have had a couple of quick conversations when we've seen each other. So I wanted you to go into a little more detail on how you rolled this out to your community, to your parents. How there was one comment about a flyer in a newspaper. So how did you build that out?
Yeah, we like I said, we want to be very transparent. We had a couple of issues in the district previously that made me aware that we better be real careful how we're going to roll this out. We'd had some incidents where we'd had some staff members talking about digital safety and probably got a little age inappropriate with things that were happening. And so I wanted to be very cautious and roll it out really effectively. And so a lot of work that first semester was done with the teachers on talking about what's age appropriate and looking at the lessons and those kinds of things at age appropriate levels. And then, of course, wanted to get the community involved because we'd had a little bit of community backlash. And so we wanted to make sure that we weren't throwing gas on the fire. And so we brought that event in January where we opened up to the entire community for parents and kids to come in and listen. And Katie and Kevin and Susan came out and they talked about the brain kinds of things, what we're doing, the limit on the screen times, and then kind of the digital safety of it and those lessons. And then we also made, and we put it in the paper, of course, and Facebook and Dojo and all the things, but we also made sure that they were aware of how they could access the parent portal of this, and so they can follow along exactly with what the kids will be seeing along the way. And so it's just completely wide open, for curriculum-wise.
Right. What would you say you guys have seen in your school with the kids academically or behaviorally, like the different things?
I think behaviorally we're already seeing improvements. I hear teachers talking just anecdotally kind of about, I think we're starting to see better retention of information. And I know I've talked to a lot of parents. I'm on Rotary Club and the site councils and all those things, and they're like, this is hard to model at home, for the personal. The adults are as bad as kids of wanting to sit on reels, and I think back, I have 2 adult children in the community, and so they'll get together on the weekend and it's like, hey, do you want to watch a movie? And yeah, let's watch a movie. And so we're sitting down, I'm on the couch and I'm looking around after 30 minutes. I think I'm the only one watching the movie, guys. And so, we're even talking about those kinds of things about, let's just put the phones in the other room and start playing games. And I'm hearing community members talk about that. We're really starting to play games. It feels like I'm going back to grandma's house when I was a kid, where we played pitch or dominoes or whatever instead of sitting around on reels. And so I'm hearing a lot of good conversations in the community about those kinds of things. So I'm really optimistic about what we can do.
Awesome. Awesome. Okay, we'll get to the questions. I've got sitting if you're ready.
Sure. Yep.
Okay, we'll start with Dennis.
And if it's for Taryn or
Yeah,
for Liz,
yeah,
come
have
on
them.
up.
Yeah, have them close, so I'm sure they'll.
Because it's more impactful for these than me in here.
I just want to thank you for making this important, really focusing on this. And I think, you're being preemptive and leading the way. We're wanting to do something about this, and we're going to look at this in a real intensive way, I think, over the next couple of months. So it's a good starter for us. And it's a long trip up here, I know.
Yeah, thank you for
We got the opportunity to see a lot of the beautiful state of Kansas
Yeah.
yesterday, right?
Yeah, you don't have to be on a screen to see some beauty if you're driving that far. And this thing about families, how they interact, I just think that that's the basic issue we're dealing with, because I didn't even know anything about dopamine until I went to nursing school, and here these little kids are hearing about what this works, how their brains are affected. And so I'm just really hopeful that what you're doing is getting us started, and we're going to get on the downhill side of this, because there's so much has been happening over the last 5 to 7 years where people's lives are being changed, and we didn't know why, really, until all of a sudden it's like waking up from a bad dream. And so, boy, just keep pushing on, and I'm going to do everything I can here to make this the awareness across the state. So thank you. I'm just so glad to hear your story. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle.
Madam Chair, thank you all for being here today. Sure appreciate the presentation, especially hearing from parents in the letter and then being here in person. You had talked about like one-to-one devices at home, like what you're doing at home as far as like accountability, personal responsibility. As far as your older child, is there we talked about up through first grade, zero technology at the school. Beyond that, are any of your students or are they signing on or logging on when they're doing any technology, or do they have to have that at school? Can they have textbooks at school?
Well, I know my oldest, my freshman, he has to log into Google Classroom to do anything. And whenever Braxton has always had a lot of support at USD 494 with his IEP, and everybody communicates very well. In junior high, I didn't really have any concerns about communicating with Braxton's teachers, but then when we got into high school, it was a more widespread, like different teachers and different courses. And so I was concerned that Braxton wasn't getting his modifications. And so mostly he has IP in reading. And so I just communicated with his English teacher about, I'm not on Google Classroom. I cannot see what Braxton's doing. I do not see what he's reading when you send passages home. I'm not seeing any of that, and I'm the kind of parent that's like, hey, Braxton, we're struggling. Let's sit down on the couch and figure this out. And so I went to his teacher, Mrs. Hawkins, and she has been wonderful with printing papers off and sticking them in a folder in Braxton's backpack. I know that sounds weird because he's a freshman, but and so I look at it, and that was my first indication that we have problems with technology, is when I couldn't see what my kid was learning in English. And it's not just in English, it was all of his classes and all of his courses. And so once I communicated with the teachers, they were very willing to help me out with sending papers home. But by him just having to do everything on Google Classroom, I felt like I wasn't a part of his education. And I think a lot of schools have gone to just going to Google Classroom to communicate with children. I'm sorry, did that answer your question?
That's exactly what I was thinking, as far as being able to see, because that's the biggest thing. Is the one thing with the one-to-one device is I was able to see, because they did bring them home. Our boys brought those home, and so I was able to say, it's Google Docs. You'll have a digital footprint, whether you like it or not, if you're actually signing on. Mm-hmm. So that's what parents need to understand. It's not just the one-to-one devices at home and social media. It's what's happening in the school. If you're looking at a book, I'm just going to give you an example. If I'm looking at a newspaper or a book, there aren't algorithms telling me, feeding back, how much time am I spending on this article? What am I looking at when I'm looking at that paper? Same with a textbook. If a kid is given a Nook or an iPad, some of their reading struggles may be the device that they're using rather than a textbook where they can actually turn pages. And so I think some of our reading struggles, we just assume it's just other things, but I think a lot of it's the technology is part of the problem. So I just wanted to make sure we were aware that if you're logging on anything with an ID, you already have a digital footprint at the school. So thank you.
Betty?
Thank you. And thank you all, because you are emphasizing the need for balance, and that is so critical. I'm going to lead into my question, because I feel a lot of the problem is educating parents. That was such a quick fix, and you see this even when you're in the supermarket or restaurant. It's always been disturbing when a kid is agitated or upset. It's the adults that put pressure on the parents to quiet that kid down. And the first thing parents do is give them something. But one of the things just that I've always appreciated, even when Dr. Watson would present, how he talked about the importance of kids being able to connect. Mm-hmm. And with devices, they don't know how to make friends. That device becomes their friend. So even though I advocate for technology, I also know the harm that we are doing when kids don't know how to connect with each other, and they become loners, and the things that happen when you are a loner. So I really appreciate that. Now, going into my question, because I feel that the lack is more on parents than our students. Just as you indicated, you didn't think about it. It's just, that's what we do. And you didn't think about the impact that it was having until that was pointed out. So from a perspective of how you get more parents engaged with finding that balance, yeah, it's good to know how to operate this, but it's also good that we get out and we do things, and your connection to your child is important. What kinds of things would you see that could help families better connect with, I need to step up and take responsibility and not leave that on my child to figure out, but I as a parent need to step up and say, look, this is where you plug it in, this is where we stop, this is where we engage. Talk to me a little bit about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. And to your point, I'm going to give you an example before I address the question of, you talk about this loner stuff. You know, we've eliminated bringing your personal devices to dances and all those kinds of things. But 3 years ago, when we had a prom, the kids could still bring their phones to the prom. And so walking around that event, it was just eyes wide open going, are you kidding me? We were having girls that were, I don't know if it was Snapchat or whatever, they were taking photos, reels, you know, that kind of themselves. And then they were off over on the side instead of dancing. They're scrolling through their reels to see and looking at the girl that's over here on the other side of the room. Oh, look at her posing. Put your phone down and look at her. She's right there, you know? And it's like, oh my gosh. And so we ban phones at the dances, you know, they can go put them in the office, and if they need to go get it, they can go get it. But I'm like banging my head going, what in the world are we doing? And so anyway, but to address your question, I know Mrs. Plunkett as the elementary principal has done a wonderful job of having community engagement kinds of activities this year. And I'll let her talk about a couple of those, but it's a lot of game kinds of things bringing in, and we brought Katie and Susan in for some of those, but I'll let her explain a few of those things.
I think so far what we have found that has been the most powerful component to help parents understand is by teaching their kids. So this program doesn't say tech is bad. This program, and this is, Katie says it best, but it's definitely, it goes alongside. So this is all about, technology is part of our lives and it's not going to go away. And there's so many wonderful things about it. And we need to, you know, keep that in the forefront. We're not saying no tech and it's all bad, but we have to learn how we can use it all together safely. And so we had an event a couple weeks ago, and Katie came out and was there to help support it. And we brought in all of our 4th, 5th, and 6th grade parents. And we had a decent turnout. Of course, we always wish there was more, but we had a decent turnout. And one of the questions I asked all the kids, raise your hand if you think your parents spend too much time on their cell phones. 100% of the kids raised their hand. Mm-hmm. And when the parents first came in the meeting, we had adults standing at the door with baskets, and we made the parents all turn over their cell phones when they came in. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and all of them did but one, because he was he had to have his phone for work purposes in case he got called out. But the parents were not super comfortable with that, you know. So Katie did reward them. She gave out, you know, we pulled a phone out and we gave a gift card away to one of the phone holders. But anyway, but it was good to bring in. And I think when parents see things like, oh my gosh, my kids are telling me I spend too much time on my technology as well. And you know, and Taryn has talked about the parent portal and just the fact that we're trying to be completely transparent so parents can have access to everything that we're teaching their kids at school. And the other thing about Katie and her team is that any questions we've had, any support that we have needed, any little hiccups in the program because it's brand new, we can directly talk to her and immediately she is responsive to our needs. And so that has been super helpful to us as well. I mean, the Screen Guardians people have done a great job of supporting us to help get this program going. So, you know, I think as far as just addressing parents, we just have to keep talking. This is so important and it can't go away. And so when you keep the main thing, and you just keep talking about it, parents will get the message. I sit in, I don't know how many IEP meetings and parent meetings, and parents come in with their littles, you know, the ones that can't go to school yet. And the first thing they do is turn something on their phone.
And hand it to them.
This has been a little bold, but I've reached over, turned those phones down and I get out a coloring book and crayons or whatever and I put it in front of the kid. And I'm just like, maybe that's overstepping, but this is like, I know too much now to let you do that when I'm sitting here. So, it's just about being there with the parents and providing them the support that they need, because like as Taryn has talked about this, it is hard to do this in your house. So my kids are adults and they're gone, so I'm not in with that struggle, but this program has really allowed us to address that parent relationship. So thank you.
And it's part of the reason you're here today, because we just want to keep making it the highlighted conversation. Like, this is important, and we want more districts to find ways. I mean, it can be, I don't know how many ways, but you have one that came to you or you got connected to, and that's been a powerful thing. Melanie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope you'll give me a little grace. I might have a lot. You guys have over-delivered. Thank you. This is a great presentation. I want to start by saying that I became a software engineer not because somebody put an iPad in my hand when I was 5. My high school gave me access to the software that set me on a career or set me on a path to that career, but that happened in a computer lab. It wasn't a one-to-one device. I really love the language, Ms. Plunkett, that you used about, sorry, I made a note here, how you explained algorithms leaving a footprint and how the kids are able to absorb that information. The cause and effect there, I think, is really important. And it sounds like that's working in your school. So on the topic of data, I'm curious, Betty asked my other question, so I'm curious if you're talking with students specifically about cookies. I got really curious about how you're teaching all of these things. So are you teaching about cookies and the way that those leave a footprint?
No.
Because I think it's important that we recognize that there's a difference between collecting data and leaving a footprint. That data can exist in what we call a user session. So even as you sit down, you might open an incognito window and do a bunch of work that you think is private. It's not as private as you think it is, but you're also leaving cookies as you go. And so there are a lot of websites that allow you to opt out of those cookies. And I just didn't know if you're starting to get into that with students so that they can better understand how the internet works. Okay.
Not yet. That sounds a little bit above my ability to understand technology, so not yet.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out kind of where in curriculum that might fit, but also how we get that message out for parents too, so that they can understand what kind of trail their students, their children are leaving as they navigate the internet, that there's a difference between being logged into a platform like YouTube, where yes, you're building an algorithm and it's also tied to your account, versus I opened up a browser session, I did a bunch of research for my social studies project, and now that information is stored, but it's also going to disappear at some point. So I'm in the weeds, but I think that these are just such important conversations that we need to start having in greater detail so that we can understand truly from all sides, for the parents, for the students, for the administrators, like what damage can be done, what the real effects are of some of these actions that we take, and maybe some things too that we don't need to worry about quite so much. So thank you.
You want another shot, Dennis?
Yeah, I'll try to make it short. But I just love what you're doing as alternatives, and I just want to mention handwriting. I've read numerous articles and just finished a book on the effects, and this is like an antidote to what the problem is. And handwriting is not a requirement to graduate from high school in Kansas. And I would just encourage you as a district to look at what handwriting does, the technology there, what neuroscience has told us about what learning to journal, things like that, that will take kids away from this. You take a tech device away from them. There's some kind of a vacuum that's there, and so fill it with handwriting, and that's just a wonderful way to stimulate the brain, and just so many good things physiologically happen because
We teach handwriting every day in every class, kindergarten through 6th grade.
Yay, thank you. Bravo. Beryl?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Larkin. Ms. Plunkett, this question is probably in your wheelhouse because I know this is likely a resource, and resources cost, and effective resources have the potential for sustainability. So I'm just wondering, is this something that you can continue, or do you all and maybe other districts need support from the state in order to continue, like they used to do back in the day, the OLEAS program for counselors? The state paid for that. Is this something that could fall into that category?
Well, that's a very good question, and we're actually right in the middle of that conversation with Katie about the fee. Being a pilot school, there was no cost to us this year because we were helping them develop the program as we went, providing feedback and those kinds of things. But I know they're working on what the cost of that will be. Of course, any assistance with those kinds of things is always appreciated. Budgets are tight across the way. I won't even get into all the funding kinds of conversations, and you're welcome for that. And, but, you know, we would always welcome those kinds of things, but I think people in my shoes, if you believe in something strongly enough, you'll find a way. And so, you know, we've discussed even passing along a technology fee as being a part of a way to be able to fund that for the families. But you know, we'll find a way to make it work if you believe in it enough.
And Paul, remind me how big your district is.
We're just about 500 students.
500.
And so for those that don't know, that's about the median-sized
Yes.
district in the state. There's about the same number that are bigger than me and about the same number that are smaller than me across the state.
And you are the largest geographic district in the state.
We are the largest geographical district in the state of
Yeah, so
Kansas. All of Hamilton County is within USD 494, and it's 992 square miles.
Yeah. So this is the one place in the county for families
This
for
is it.
school. Yeah.
This is it. We're the
And I've
ones.
been to the building, and it's beautiful.
Yes, and
It's
thank you very
beautiful.
much, Kathy, for
Absolutely.
visiting and walking the halls with me.
Walking the halls, I
Yeah.
tell you, I loved what I saw on the walls too. We got amazing quotes from amazing people, and you know, just really just amazing buildings. And Paul right there attached to it, which I love too. When the superintendent's office is right there. Okay, we'll keep going. Connie.
Thank you all for being here. My question is, you're doing really amazing work with the younger grades. Have you reached up to the
yeah.
high school age kids and the middle school kids to give them some insight on this program?
Yes, it's district-wide. The junior high and high school started a little bit later into the second semester, but it's K through 12.
Yeah. And maybe we can get a little more feedback on the upper, I know you don't have that principal here because you probably couldn't empty your building, but.
Yeah, so it just explained a little bit at the high school. You know, the elementary, they just do it with their homeroom teacher. You know, they just squeeze a portion of time in. But the junior high and the high school, they have a 30-minute seminar period every day. And so one day out of the week, this is the lesson for all the junior high and high school students.
Great.
And that's carried off by their homeroom teacher. So there's probably 12 to 15 students in the seminar period for junior high and high school.
Okay, and 30 minutes a week.
30 minutes a
Is
week.
it, and on the elementary side, is it equivalent? Okay. Melanie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's quick, I promise.
Oh, you're fine.
I just wanted to ask all of you, really, what advice would you give another district that's considering going down this path? Particularly with regard to messaging to parents, like what kinds of things popped up for you that you're like, ooh, if I could go back and maybe do that one a little different. Are there any specific learnings that you could share with them? I
think probably for the educators is probably the biggest convincing thing about, oh, another thing you're putting on me, you know, and it's like, I promise you, you will see the benefits of this tenfold if you find that little niche of time and getting the principals, of course, their hats are full, right? And so here I am, the one top down bringing this down. I'm like, no, I need you guys to join me with this and learn along the way and let's give it a shot. And then everybody bought in. And so, and for the parents, I think getting the parent portal, having some events, then they're not in the fight by themselves. You know,
Right.
they can talk to their neighbor about, hey, what are you trying to do? What are we trying to do? And then it makes it a whole lot easier because the kids will be like, Mom, you're the only one that's making me do this. You know, it's like, no, you're not. And so just having that support network within each other, I think is a way to do it.
Love that. Yeah, you mentioned something there. I just want to highlight it. When parents are thinking about giving a phone to a much younger child, it's easier if you get a group of parents together who all pledge, I'm not going to get my kid a phone yet. Your best friends' parents have also said they're not getting a phone yet. And so then you have all these kids that are in the same camp of, my parents won't give me a phone. But that's okay because now they have friends.
That's right.
Yeah. Thank you so much. This has been a great presentation.
Danny?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for having the most important ingredient in your presentation, the parents. Because without the parents, this thing would not work.
Not as well, that's for sure, yeah. Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. I also enjoyed it very much. And this actually question is more for the Screen Guardian source back there, because I'm thinking this is not only awesome for the public educated students, but also to make available to parents just who are in private education, homeschooling. I mean, because this is, it's more of a societal thing, the effects of the screen time on the children in our society. It's something I hope that as you're doing this pilot program and getting that feedback and improving your program to the needs of the staff that are implementing it, that you also consider the parents, the implementing for the parents, and how those portals might be able to be used by others.
Shorty here, sorry. So we are offering this, and some of our pilots are private schools as well. So just to clarify, the parent component is so significant, just to reiterate some of the things that we talked about. And our time in Syracuse when we did our educational event for the parents is, Taryn actually was very resistant to us when we came in. And her concerns about, you're just going to collect data. That's not what she said, but you could just feel the tone. And so after our time there, we really highlighted having an opportunity for parents to see and come alongside their kids. So as Liz said, Ms. Plunkett said, the technology, we're not trying to ban or villainize technology. Education, so there's a path through, because technology isn't going away. It's just going to increase, and we have to teach our kids, because the kids today don't know a world without it. Mm-hmm. So we have to teach kids how to navigate that world safely, and we have to retrain ourselves as adults. So onboarding parents is significant. That's why they have been so wise in investing time in bringing the parents alongside. And the whole idea is when the kids are bringing homework home, when the kids are using language like, hey, let's have dinner without TV on tonight, Mom. Hey, here's my screen time tracker. My goal is 30 minutes on my video game today. I got to go outside, because he's doing it with his friends. So education happens when kids feel safe. This is when they learn. They feel safe. There's human connection and community. That's how you're going to get a community engaged on something like this, is engaging everybody. Mm-hmm. And so kids are going to act differently, behave differently, and parents will, because there's that collective action. So, which is kind of all the things you guys are talking about. So
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's so good. At one point, when something was said about you get the kids, like to get the parents, you get the kids, it just made me think of the DARE program, right? Wasn't that the whole point of that? You take it into the schools, and hopefully the kids are going home and talking about it, so you're engaging at home at the same time. I personally think we should bring it back, but Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one more thing. So when you had your meeting with the parents, what was the focus on what was going on at home with their personal devices, or was it the focus on the school devices and what's going on as far as the privacy and the technology there and being safe there?
It's a good question. So just to clarify, when we onboard with the school, we do professional development. So we teach the teachers and the staff about the brain, how the brain is impacted with technology and learning, which gives these aha moments for teachers of like, oh, this is why there's this behavior that I'm seeing in the classroom, right? So that's why there's this like sense of apathy, in the kids. So we kind of explain that. That's part of our onboarding with the teachers. And here's our solution, and we walk them through that. Same thing with the parents. We just simply have an event where we educate them. So when we kick off the program, our goal is to educate them. We have it video recorded too. So if people can't attend, they can get the recording afterwards. And we educate them on all aspects. So the brain, how the brain is impacted with technology, learning, how learning is impacted from technology use. And then also like kind of a high level overview of what the program does and how we are teaching a different way. We are teaching technology education. Mm-hmm. And the safety aspect that hasn't been talked about very much. And so we are providing all of that and onboarding the parents with, this is why this matters. This is why it's important. And you guys said this, like, hey, parents, you matter. Like, we literally say, we have videos where we teach some of this stuff to the teachers and the parents, like, hey, teachers, you matter. Your role in this relationship that kids have with technology matters. Same with parents. You can't take a back seat. You matter. We need you here. And so we literally say that and ask them to participate. And then we explain the resources and tools we provide and they have access to. They can opt out. They totally have that choice. It's not a have to, but they can opt in and here's the benefits.
Nice.
So then this is a follow-up question. Are you getting more and more parents that are becoming more digitally aware of the risks involved in all this and the harm, parents wanting to say absolutely no to technology altogether in the school?
We're getting a little bit more of that, you know. We're not to the point where we've had a big pushback on technology within the school. It's been more driven within of trying to reduce those kinds of things. We're having discussions about, you know, we have a one-to-one initiative at the high school, and so we're having talks about, do we want to not send these home anymore, you know, and those kinds of discussions as well. But the community pushback against technology hasn't been strong in this community.
Thank you for your presentation and your answers. Appreciate it.
It's, yes. No, go ahead. This is,
So sorry, clarifying question. You said you have one-to-one at the high school. You're thinking about maybe not sending them home. Do you not have one-to-one? Are there iPads in elementary?
We don't have anything that goes home with any student. No district-owned devices go home except at the high school.
Do you still have computer labs?
We do have computer labs in the junior high.
Awesome. Thank you.
yes.
Thanks for being here. And I want to tie several things together that you're not thinking about right now, because your mind is on learning and technology, and it should be. But I want the administrators to come back up to the mic, both of you. And again, I want you to talk about how long you've been doing this work for the board, because you alluded to how far back we go, Paul. Thank you for that journey down memory lane.
Well, so
how long you been doing this work?
Administrative work.
Yeah.
I became an assistant principal in 1997.
Okay. How long you been doing this work?
Well, I first was a special education teacher, so I did that, and I've worked as a behavior consultant, and then I went back to teaching, and now I'm an administrator. 9 years as a principal, but I started teaching in 1996. I think that's 29 years, 30 years.
Yeah, so you have experienced people that are wonderful in their work. And one of your board goals is that we have to increase leadership development.
Yes.
Because our turnover at the principal ranks and the superintendent ranks is so high that many of the school districts above you and below you do not have the experience that they see, which allows you to think deeper about the learning, and you're not just worried about the master schedule, right? Remember year one? What are you worried about? And so this is how it all ties together.
Yes.
Because that's the challenge. We don't have a lot of the people you're seeing here, which are at the top of their game. Syracuse should be blessed. I'm serious.
Yes.
You know that when I come out there, I try to tell people, because longevity and attachment to the community and to the people matter. And so you have to continue to develop teachers and leaders along with the ideas that you're thinking about. Or I will go back to your first year. Where's the master schedule? I got to make sure someone has lunch. I got to make sure someone has planning time, right? That's the world that you live in. So I just thank you.
It matters. Yeah, it makes a difference.
I would echo that, Dr. Watson. And, I think one of the things that allows, I've been in Syracuse for 9 years, but I've been an administrator for, 30. And so it's like the trust that the community gets in you over time, and your Board of Education, the trust you build over time, allows you to do these things. You can't just do these kinds of things as a first year, second year. People look like, I don't trust you. I don't know you. What are you trying to do? What's your angle? Yeah. But over time, if you get that stability and that success along the way, you can do things like this, and that's an important point to point out.
Yeah, very much so. And I had a thought and I lost it. Paul, kind of a side note, but I think it brings into the the challenges you have in Syracuse, because I love the story you told me when I was out there about your library and what you have done. Could you share that?
Sure. When I arrived in Syracuse, we did not have a librarian in the school district whatsoever. But they'd had the challenge of finding a librarian previously and couldn't fill it, and so they had approached the Hamilton County Library, which actually sits on our campus, about if they could actually service the school district as well. And so there was a little bit of help going on right there. And so as a first-year superintendent, one of the things when you get some experience, you realize you don't make a lot of changes your first year, right? You observe a lot of things and you pay attention to everything. But in the back of my mind, I'm going, I'm going to need a librarian, How does a school district do this? And so wise enough in years, I guess, that I started paying a lot of attention, going down to the library and seeing our school kids working through the Hamilton County Library and paying attention each week to what was actually happening down there. And I quickly came to the conclusion that I'm not changing anything. This is the best setup I've ever seen, better than any librarian situation I've ever had in any of the schools I've worked at. And so we're very fortunate to have that relationship. When the library was built years ago, the school district donated the property to have it built on, so it's right next to the school. 2-3 years ago, they needed to expand the library, so we donated more land for them to be able to do that. And we do the snow removal, we mow the yards, those kinds of things, so it's a good relationship, but it's unbelievable. And what a great situation to have for our taxpayers of not having to duplicate the expense of that library. If I had a librarian in the elementary and in the high school, so it's a great setup in Syracuse. It really is. Thank you for bringing that up.
Absolutely. They're not without challenges, but there's the creativity of the community, because that's the part I love the most, is that whole community piece of that. And so you don't have a library in your school. They just run outside real quick and it's right there, and they use the county library. And so it's just, that was such a beautiful story to me when you told me that. I was like, wow, that's amazing. Did you get your room redone yet? That room?
We have got it redone. Yep, we're in good shape now. Yep.
I think you're using it for PD more, right? Just as standard.
Yes, we use it for professional development. That space. So the space where the library was in the high school, our high school is a beautiful building, junior high school. It's unbelievable. And that space, of course, it had the bookshelves all the way throughout it. Big, high, 2-story ceiling to it. And so when we took all the bookshelves out, it's like we started having PD meetings. It's like I couldn't hear what you were saying 10 feet away because the acoustics were so awful because the books weren't there anymore in the bookshelves. And so we've now put acoustic panels up on the ceiling, and it's a lot better space. Yeah.
Okay. I just, again, thank you for driving. My goodness, we're so blessed that you would come forward and just be able to share your story with everything that you guys are doing, and just wanted to highlight that. And what I didn't know at the time when I started asking Paul if he would come and do this was that we would end up just yesterday with this whole initiative as a board of really looking at the one-to-one and what can we do. So it was like, I couldn't have planned that better if I'd have tried. Like, it was just a beautiful marriage of the two to have those conversations 2 days in a row. So thank you for your time. Thank you for all the hard work you're doing. We just appreciate it so much. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to present, and thank you for your time today and your service.
Yes. Yep. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Well, board, we'll go ahead and take a real quick break. So we'll take a 10-minute break. We're a little behind, but we'll be fine. Next up, we have Dr. Nugent, and we're going to talk about the new law that includes some social media aspect to it. So
Right. I
let's take
feel
it
like
away.
I'm fitting right into
I
the
know, it's
whole,
working so well.
the whole theme. And it's so fun to have Syracuse here. So a couple of things. I worked with Mrs. Plunkett when she was in Garden City. Syracuse was one of my favorite places to officiate basketball when I was but a young thing, and was the first place I ever called a technical foul, was out there. So fun memories of Syracuse, and they were in a different time zone, so that always made for interesting, will I get to the game on time?
Thankfully, Mr. Larkin is very acute now. So when I had reached out to him to go visit him, he's like, okay, are we talking Mountain Time or Central Time? And I'm like, oh, yes, okay. Let's figure that out.
So I'm going to kind of transition. You have asked to have conversations around social media before on the agenda, and I'm going to take this probably a little differently than the way you wanted it, and not focus on all of the ill effects of social media, which we already know, and I think all of you know that. I'm going to talk a little bit more about it in context to the new law that was what we affectionately consider the cell phone bill, but it's really student devices and social media communication. And I want to really think about this conversation more than devices and platforms, but really about creating the conditions we need to create for educators to teach, right? And I think that's what we've been talking about. I appreciated the last conversation so immensely when it comes to the component we often miss, and no disrespect to yesterday's presentation, but if we don't get families on board with all of this, then again, it's something that schools are tasked to change. And we have a lot of things we're tasked to change. And so the partnerships and all that we begin to think about around policy have to focus on parents. This matters for a lot of reasons. You know, you as a board has consistently asked us to look more closely at the role of devices, social media in students' lives. And at its core, it's really not about that device. It's about attention, engagement, and student well-being, and along with providing clarity around students and the purpose of education. I loved the comment earlier that, you know, devices are here, and we can go for an all or none attitude, but we also have to be very cognizant about how we engage students with and without them, and how we really conduct learning. And I think that's important to think about as you move forward as a board. The legislation we know didn't come out of nowhere. You all worked on having a task force for several years before the legislation, but the legislation really does reflect a lot of things around student attention, student mental health and development. We know that up to 95% of teens use social media. More than a third report using it almost constantly. And that's 3+ hours of a day is associated with double the risk of poor mental health outcomes. So there are some benefits. I went to earlier in the year a celebration of special ed students who used devices to survive and to meet outcomes, and we cannot forget about that. And we do know that in some ways this is a way for students to connect. Now, it cannot be the sole way, and we have to teach them how to connect appropriately, but we also can't discount that there are some positive benefits, but also we know that the risks will increase with time and exposure and lack of boundaries. And what was just explained in the presentation earlier was we're not taking every device away, we're setting very clear boundaries, and we're educating families. HB 2299 really requires two major things. No personal device used during the school day, and no social media communication with students for official purposes. So at a high level, that's what the legislation does. It prohibits staff from using social media to communicate with students for official purposes. But if we really think about the intent of the law, or what I would hope, is that it's a system shift. It's not just a rule. And if we think about this as a rule, then it becomes, how do we break the rule? So this is where our work, I think, really becomes important. We have to really begin to design our system. How we implement communication will determine how we're really supporting learning versus just enforcing a rule. The social media provision is about clarity and protection. It ensures that communication happens in appropriate, transparent, and documented spaces. And it really does support student safety, protects educators by maintaining clear professional boundaries. We do need to think about some implementation considerations. One, emergency communication. In an emergency, I think you would want to use every mechanism possible to get information out. We will also need to really think about consistency following through in our expectations around this bill. Appropriate instructional use. We do have CTE pathways that have some expectations around how to utilize social media appropriately for communication, and we have to really think about that. I know Melanie referred to in this last meeting how she came to her career choice, although through a computer lab, still it was exposure, right, to technology, and we can't discount that that is important. And then ensuring that this doesn't become a discipline issue in schools, right? I mean, we really have to be thoughtful about how we implement. We also have to recognize, and I think this is what you did originally when you had your task force, is that different communities have different needs and different perspectives. And I think as this law was being debated across the street earlier in the year, we had different districts come in and say, look, we already have things in place. We feel very confident that we're on the right track. So for some, this is going to feel like, you're taking away our flexibility. We don't need to worry about eliminating that tension, but as an educational agency, we need to start leading with clarity and purpose. What can we do differently around technology and social media use? And then if we approach this well, which I know you all will be really thinking about over the course of the next several months, maybe even year, this becomes less about restricting and eliminating devices and more about creating the conditions where students and educators can do their best work. And that's what I'm hoping that you get. The bill supports taking everything away. And I don't disagree with that, especially with those personal devices. But I think our task moving forward is, what conditions are we going to create where students can do their best work? Any questions?
I'm just going to jump up and say thank you. Like, it is a mind shift, isn't it? Like, it is about how are we going to have, what perspective are we going to have as we move into it, and not just be cranky like I've been about this bill, but take it and say, okay, how do we shift? How do we do it right? And for what reasons? Leading with clarity and purpose. I have that circled in purple. Like, it's so important as we go forward in any of this work that we're leading and that we're clear and we're purposeful and very intentional. Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Nugent, for your presentation. Because everything's happening so fast, that's the thing that kind of concerns me as far as there's always those exceptions. Well, we have health exception, we have an IEP exception. And so I was just at a track meet, and a mom was about 10 feet from her son, and her phone told her on her app that her son's insulin thing was getting low. He needed juice, he needed a snack, he needed something. Now she's teaching him at the same time, how are you feeling, right? Like, she's asking him questions, trying to get him to learn personal responsibility and accountability. If we all of a sudden just cut things that we've become dependent on these apps and different personal devices because they make things easy and quick, and also the privacy of that. You have a phone that tells you, people don't need to see the phone, it's on you, it's telling you heart rates too, the insulin's going low. So I'm starting to think, now if we're starting to give, the legislation starts to give exceptions, then people are going to be like, oh, there's a HIPAA violation. This person must have a health issue. So we have to think about all of those things when we're just banning things completely and doing it so quickly without any type of, like personal, like we have to train this person to understand what they're feeling when their insulin goes down. The whole classroom doesn't need to know that the insulin's going down, but that person's phone is telling them that. So I'm just thinking of the medical things and then the exposure of privacy on that level. Because as far as like, some people are really responsible for things. And you might say, well, they're going to show something on an app or something to another human being. Well, they could do that with a magazine. I could bring an inappropriate magazine in. So again, it goes back to the behaviors.
Agreed.
But I really am concerned about the exposure to HIPAA and other privacy by doing it so quickly and not allowing the child to, not become so dependent on those apps, because what if the battery fails or there's other things? They have to know themselves internally if they're going to be able to.
You bring up an excellent point. I mean, there are true medical considerations. There are true IEP considerations where that is how a student communicates, and we have to be very cognizant of that and aware of that. And there will be cases, Michelle, that it isn't even training the student on how to react. They truly need a device for severe whatever, and you're right, there could be some HIPAA concerns. I think these are things we're going to have to work through and educate classes on and teachers and staff on, so it's going to be a big lift.
Mm-hmm. Jim?
I should know the answer to this question, but I don't. What are our responsibilities about implementing this law?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, the law is pretty clear. No devices from bell to bell. So throughout the school day, they have to be put away. So I think our responsibility is taking action when the rules are broken.
Melanie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I swear there was somebody before me. I thought I had a minute to wait. Dr. Nugent, I was confused on your very first slide. I have so many questions about this bill. Mm-hmm. And I know that districts have questions about this bill. They're getting advice from their individual district lawyers. Will KSDE put out some kind of clarifying memo on the bill? Like, the thing that caught me at the beginning was, I pulled up the bill here. Let's see, prohibiting students from using, during school, prohibiting school employees from communicating with students through social media platforms for official school purposes and providing certain exceptions. I guess I just wondered, where is the line on official school purposes? And does that mean that it's okay for them to communicate through Instagram for not school purposes? Like, what does that mean?
So that's a good question. I think KASB is working to issue some guidance specific to districts. I believe that the intent is a district will identify a specific platform that is allowable for communication between educators and students. I'm going to give just kind of a personal example. So kids were in cross country, right? There was a text app that parents and kids could sign up for, and it would be like, don't forget this meet is 4 hours away. The school will provide peanut butter and jelly, but if you need to send other snacks with your student. But that wasn't the official communication, probably for the same communication tool that the basketball team might have used, or that, the debate team might have used, or the math team. So I think the intent, but I don't want to speak on behalf of legislatures, is just to come up with a systemic way or identified way of communicating that can be monitored.
The monitoring piece, I think, was in there too, so that they know what it is. Does it have to go through their local boards too? Did it say that, or am I making that up?
I'm not sure.
Yes.
I didn't bring the bill with
yes.
me.
So I think it's something that the board has to approve and say, this is our official
school communication platform.
Yeah. Connie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question has to do with language. When you have a student that's using English as their second language, and sometimes they carry their cell phone to help with translation from their native language to English in a classroom. How is that going to work down the road with those type of students?
So for the cell phone itself, I'm guessing that that would not be allowed. If it was an IEP accommodation, perhaps. I do believe if there was a school-issued device, that would be an appropriate accommodation for an ELL student to use their school-issued device for that. But it would be, unless it's written into some sort of an educational plan, that would not be allowed.
Yeah. Thank you. Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, and make sure I didn't hear you wrong, you were saying something about the follow-through with that we would have to enforce these laws for the schools, if I understood you right. And that's where I think, like, ideologically, I just depart a little bit, because I think, but you were hitting on the end, it was basically maybe ensuring that the schools have policies in place that ensure that these things, that everybody knows what the rules are, how we're going to communicate, what we don't do, what we do. And then it becomes, I think, more, and this can happen to any other subject area too, you know, that parents are struggling with bullying or whatever, is ensuring at our level that those policies are just simply being followed. That would be kind of more ideologically, I guess. My mind never goes directly to the school. I always go through that local board in my mind.
I think I will answer this, but I'm not sure. I cannot remember if the law requires that a district has a policy. I don't remember off the top of my head. The law just clearly states that devices have to be put away. And that there has to be an identified mechanism for communication that's not everyone doing their own thing on social media. So I think that would lead, that in common sense, Lynn, that would lead to a policy by a local board.
I think the law actually says there has to be yeah, it's the local board policy. But I think there's a piece in there about the state board receiving that policy or knowing.
I don't think so.
No,
What am I thinking of?
not in this. The
Not in
state
this
board
one?
is not mentioned
No.
in this. This
Okay.
is law directly to the school districts.
I don't remember what I read. Okay. Me getting,
Oh, there is?
I,
Oh, okay, my fault.
okay, yeah, I thought there was.
Scott, come
I
on
think
up.
this, yeah. I'm like, I didn't think I meant that.
You're good.
I say,
Yeah,
Dr.
the
Nugent
law-
was focused on these two things, so this is, yeah.
It's my first time. The statute does require not only that so it requires that school districts have to adopt these policies, that they have to submit the policies to us on whatever form we come up with, and that we are to hold schools accountable through the KSDE accreditation system. We do that in the same way we do anything else. If there is a finding that the school district has not adopted a policy, and I'm just going to throw this out there, I'm going to go further than I should. The law requires the school district to adopt a policy.
Correct.
So long as the school district adopts a policy, they're not in violation of the law. It's enforced. If there's a teacher that violates the policy, that's not something that we would enforce through KSDE.
Correct,
That is at the local level to determine what they're going to do with that.
right.
Sorry,
That's great.
I just want to clarify that because people are watching.
Exactly, yeah, no, for sure.
Follow up with that, because I have a question, not Mr. Gordon.
Yeah,
leading?
Scott, she might need you back. Go ahead.
So, because I agree, everything that you said, and I just want to clarify the very ending. Let's say, with your example, that a teacher was violating the policy, and it goes before the local board, and the local board does not enforce their policy. At what point then does the state have to say, okay, now that's a violation of KSDE because you're not actually following through on your policy? That's my concern. Isn't so much us controlling the school as much as are the boards making policies that they're actually following?
Yeah, but that's not our.
Madam Chair, if I may, there's two parts to that answer. One, we have never been responsible for enforcing a local board policy. We just don't do that. You're going to have to triple my staff to do that. But, and we're going to get into this in a minute in the next presentation, by the way, there would still be grounds that if a teacher is getting involved in inappropriate communication with a student, that would be the basis for a licensing complaint.
Right.
So that is how we may enforce measures against a licensed teacher if they are engaging in this type of if it's actually inappropriate communication. But that would really be the extent of our enforcement of this.
Correct.
Thank you. I was just, and I wasn't really specific to the teacher. That was just your example. But I think where I've kind of learned more about this is the bullying, is that there's policies in place on how you're supposed to, that when in the last presentation, you're not going to get a good education if you don't feel safe. And there are kids going to school who do not feel safe.
Okay,
and
but
are there
again, we're
policies in
not
place?
on that topic at this time, so we'll keep moving. Okay. Okay, any other questions? I don't see any on that subject. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Gordon, next up, we're going to receive some information about Code of Ethics for Educators. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as I get there, I'm going to let Rayleigh pull it up for me. And Shane is going to come up and tap me on the shoulder if I get out of control, because I do get a little, yeah.
He'll restart, right? He interrupted a previous.
That's true. He has seen me present on this once before. I will fully acknowledge that I am a little passionate about this topic. I probably more so than I should. I've been doing this and I will say, I don't really have a specific story to share, but on a regular basis, Dr. Watson will ask me, well, what is the joy of your job? What do you enjoy? And I will say, I think I've consistently said, at least the opportunity to give voice to students and their families that may have been victims of misconduct of teachers. I don't always win, but at the very least, I try to give them a voice. Unfortunately, it's not enough. So I did some adding up this week, and I have filed over 300 complaints alleging misconduct in the past decade. But the misconduct hasn't stopped. It hasn't even slowed down. So I don't feel like I'm doing enough. I don't think the agency's doing enough. And candidly, I don't think the state board is doing enough. Because everything that we've been doing to address unethical actions has been reactive. And the proactive measures that have been put in place, they're not working. And they're not being used consistently across the state. So I will tell you that we had a couple of cases lately that came to the PPC, and some are still in process, where I reached out to the teacher prep programs that these individuals had attended. And I asked them, do you all have conversations? This person is alleging that they had no idea that there was such a thing as a Kansas Code of Conduct. By the way, I bet if you asked half the teachers in the state of Kansas, how many of them know of the Kansas Code of Conduct? Even though it is printed on the back of every teacher license, the number of times they have read it in the past 24 months is probably pretty minimal. I'm not going to put you on the spot and ask you when the last time was you read the Kansas Code of Conduct. It does exist, but it's not an enforcement mechanism. It is not discussed consistently across the state. Sometimes it's not discussed at all. And I will tell you at one point, I went to Shane. I said, Shane, I'm over it. I'm tired of hearing about this in these professional practice cases, that we're putting teachers in the classroom that have never been exposed to this idea of a code of conduct or code of ethics. I said, I want to do something about it. There are tools out there for us to use, so let's do it. He agreed, and that's why we're moving forward, and that's why we're bringing it forward to you. I will briefly talk about what we have as the Kansas Educator Code of Conduct. This was adopted, I believe, in 2011 or 2012. It was shortly before I started here. There are three parts of it. First is the responsibilities to the student. Okay, don't disclose confidential information. Make reasonable efforts to protect students from detriment. I imagine there are as many opinions on what that means as those of you sitting at the table now. Maintain professional relationships with students. Refrain from inappropriate communication or relations. And I promise you, that is not consistently understood across the state. Responsibilities to the district, adhere to the conditions of the contract. Okay, that makes sense. Fulfill the reporting requirements honestly and accurately. But this code doesn't tell you what the reporting requirements are and doesn't tell you how to do that. Appropriately use funds and properly. Don't falsify job applications. Conduct the school of business using established procedures. I have filed complaints, and you have seen complaints. Every one of those things has been violated on a regular basis. And then responsibilities to the profession. Again, follow the generally recognized professional standards. If we're not talking about these professional standards on a regular basis across the state, then there is no such thing as a generally recognized standard. Again, we want you to make sure you fulfill all terms and obligations of a contract. And keep in mind, this is not just for the teachers, this is also for the administrators. It applies equally to both. Maintain your license, okay? The number of times, by the way, that I hear during these cases, well, we knew they didn't have a license, but we didn't know if that was ever going to happen or not. We hired them anyway because we really needed a music teacher or really need somebody to teach math. Okay, then why do we bother? Provide accurate information, sure. Oh, follow the law and school board policies. It's nice that the legislature passed a law this year telling teachers not to give out their cell phone numbers to students. I've been screaming that from the basement of this building for over a decade. It still happens all the time. Do I think that the new law is necessarily going to stop? No, it's not going to stop the bad actors from happening. It's a good start, but it is not the end all be all. What I'm sharing with you now is just to point out this idea of teaching what ethical practices is not new to the State Board of Education. This is from your teacher standards or your educator standard, right? Education program standards. So this isn't new. I'm just asking that eventually we're going to be adjusting these a little bit, and I'm not going to go through them. I just wanted to point out to you, this is where you could find them if you're curious. Well, what kind of standards do we have as of today? They exist. There is an outside organization that I've been a part of since I've been here. NASTEC has a subcommittee referred to the National Council for the Advancement of Educator Ethics. And I do want to be completely transparent that if someone were to Google me, it will show that I currently serve on the executive board of NASTEC. I serve because I am the chair of the Professional Practices Institute Planning Committee. I've been on that committee for way longer than I should be. They asked me to come back to the committee to serve as the chair. I'm now in my second of 3 years. I am not here sharing this as a representative of NASTEC. They don't know that I'm sharing this. They don't know that I'm advocating it. They don't care. I'm here on behalf of all of the people that I've tried to represent and help out and try to have a more ethical standard for our educators in the state of Kansas. And rather than me elaborate too much on the model code of ethics for educators, hopefully I get this right, I wanted you to hear from some friends of mine.
There's becoming an awareness that we need to have a common core set of values, a core language that we all speak.
So most professions have codes of ethics that they follow. Take counselors or doctors and lawyers have these codes. It elevates the profession.
We need it to protect us from all of the decisions that we have that involve students every day.
You have to have a standard of care in this profession. The need is out there. It's as plain as day. All one has to do is open the newspaper. The Model Code of Ethics is really built on the rich history of NASDAQ. We began really looking at, well, why don't we have one? And then what's the group that really should create it? And the group that should create it are the practitioners, those doing the work. And that's the way the Model Code of Ethics got started, and that's where we are today.
I think it's an opportunity for educators to really own the profession when they themselves create this code of ethics And that's what's happened with this process. Educators have created this tool or guide for educators.
We're all practitioners, so whether we're superintendents or paraprofessionals, we've all had experiences dealing with that slippery slope, and so that's what I really appreciated, that it came from educators.
The profession is anyone who comes in contact with children and anyone who prepares those people to come in contact with children. So you're talking about alternative cert programs, pre-service, early childhood.
This is a code for educators, everyone that touches a life of a student or will be touching a life of a student.
I think for so long in education, we've assumed that we have a code of ethics, and mostly I believe what we have is a code of conduct.
A code of conduct is set to enforce standards and punish violations.
Code of ethics is more of a guide. It's more of, here's what you should consider when you enter into these gray areas. I like to call it a educational Sherpa. It shows you where the cliffs are when it comes to the educational decisions that we make every day involving humans.
This code will absolutely open the door to conversations, honest conversations between educators about topics that we never discussed in the past. I would never have thought to go to a colleague and say, what do I do in this situation where a parent failed to pick up a child? I just quietly tried to handle it myself.
When I was an educator, I'll never forget the day that I received a love note from a student. All of a sudden, it places me in a very awkward position where the only thing I have to do is just to bury this ethical dilemma and hope it doesn't emerge. Well, that puts myself at risk, and it's not in the best interest of the student as well.
Well, I think from what we have seen with our teachers, it wasn't necessarily having the model code of ethics on your desk every day to refer to. It was the conversation that happened as a result of learning about the model code. Our teachers collaborate now to a greater extent.
I view the Code of Ethics as a tool that educators can use to make decisions on those gray ethical areas, and they can feel confident that they're not using their personal belief system or their personal morality. They're actually using the collective values of the profession.
Now that we have the Model Code of Ethics for educators, we do have a responsibility and accountability to the profession to really help collaboratively determine what does this look like? How can one use this?
It should be part of their undergrad experience. It should be part of their ongoing professional development. It should be part of their alternative cert experience.
We really want to prepare our candidates the best we can for our profession. And this is certainly an important part of our profession, and that is to make the best decisions that reflect an ethical perspective.
And so it's not just a handout and you sign off and say, I got the Code of Ethics, but it's a conversation about the realities of what happens in the classrooms, what happens in our schools. It's a guide for states to use, and now it's time for the states to start having those conversations.
In my research, I actually captured hundreds of ethical dilemmas, but you know what? They fit neatly into only 10 different categories, which means that we're all facing the same kind of issues.
Having this code in place makes it possible to have those conversations and have them honestly.
And it's a matter of making an intentional commitment that this work should be a critical part of the fabric of what we do every single day as educators.
We can then promise to the community that we are holding ourselves to principles above the law that honor the dignity of the students that are in front of us every day.
Model Code of Ethics for Educators was created by the National Council for the Advancement of Educator Ethics. It establishes those principles for ethical best practices, mindfulness, self-reflection, and the concept is of self-regulation. using the statute that we were just talking about, that would be an example of a code of conduct, if you will, that was imposed by the legislature. The idea of this model code of ethics for educators is for educators to regulate themselves and to come up with, as a state, we will determine what is and is not ethical behavior. It is specifically designed to be adopted as is, or it may be adapted as appropriate for each state. And I would tell you that some states have adopted it as written. Other states have adapted it, which is to say a little bit of the language was changed. What you have in your packet is, this is the version that we have suggesting for Kansas. I will tell you that this is an adaptation of the model code. We took this to the Professional Standards Board. They asked for a couple of changes, and after we made a couple of changes just to the language, I don't think it changed the intent at all, but want to be consistent with Kansas law. And then they voted unanimously to recommend to the State Board of Education that you adopt this as well. We'll get that later on. Shane's going to talk more about that. To give you an idea of the other organizations that are represented in the creation of the model code, I think you probably recognize most or all of those organizations in front of you that either were represented at one time or they currently sit on the board of that national council. Right now, we are adapting or looking to adapt version 2 of the model code. My understanding is there will be a version 3 coming out relatively soon, dealing specifically with the use of technology. That's an ongoing project. So, what is the model code of ethics for educators? To clarify, this is not a matter of enforcing specific standards. This is not going to replace the regulations that the Professional Practices Commission and that you rely on. Okay, it's not another list that you either, if you violate this, you're going to lose your teaching license or you're going to lose your job. That's not the purpose of this. It is, again, not a means to punish the educators for violations. It is a map. It is a permission slip, if you will, to have certain conversations and to point out what conversations are needed and how do we have them. An anecdote from the second meeting that we took this to the Professional Standards Board, there are part of these standards, there was language that one or two of the members were uncomfortable with. They didn't like the idea that they would have to have these conversations with their colleagues, particularly about students. And my response was, good. Have those conversations now. Because if you're not having the painful conversations with your colleagues now, that's how we get in these pitfalls and that's how misconduct occurs. Because you may not know, look, you've got an obligation to go to your colleague and say, I don't think your behavior is appropriate. Or I think this is something I need to report to somebody else. It is, in fact, research-based. Troy, the individual that spoke quite a bit about his experience with the love letter, he wrote his doctorate on this topic, and he continues to research with that group. And it is, they have developed resources for professional development that Shane will talk about here shortly. And I'm not going to go through all of the word for word on all of this. Again, that's why you have it in your packet. I'm happy to answer any questions any of you may have. But just to kind of highlight, the first principle is the responsibility to the profession. It does rely on a level of professional responsibility that may be higher than the minimal standard of policy and law. So I would say, as an example, the new law we were just talking about, you shouldn't be texting or engaging in social media with your students at 2 o'clock in the morning anyway. That should be a realization that you're having without having someone passing a piece of law that requires a school district to have a policy that says don't do that. That's the concept behind holding oneself higher than just, well, here's what the law says I can and cannot do. Then there's the responsibility for professional competence. What does it mean to be committed to the highest levels of professional and ethical practice? Well, it assumes that you're taking care of yourself. You're taking care of your health. If there's professional development you need, then you should be obtaining it. Then the responsibility to the students is probably I'm going to say the most important. This is where I become the most involved. You need to promote the health, safety, and well-being of all students. The professional educator treats students with dignity and respect, establishes and maintains appropriate verbal, physical, emotional, and social boundaries. Now, it is true that the Model Code and the Kansas Code do not specifically define what those appropriate boundaries are. Again, it sets up the conversation and it provides a roadmap for professional development to help analyze and describe what those boundaries should be. Then the responsibility of the school community, appropriate relationships, and effective interactions with members of the school community. So that is referring to the parents. That is referring to the school administrators in dealing with teachers. That is addressing teachers, how they address each other. And then 5, again, is the responsible and ethical use of technology. I think this is the one that's probably growing the most. Considering the impact of consuming, creating, and distributing communication information through all technology, which you all have spent most of the day discussing, right? And again, talking about ensuring what the appropriate boundaries are associated with the role, time, and place, making sure they are maintained when using electronic communication. So those are the 5 main areas. Obviously, we get farther in the weeds in the document you have. So what does it mean? This is the part that Shane's going to talk about the most. What we're going to be asking for you next month is for you to formally adapt the Model Code of Ethics for Educators. I'm going to ask that you adapt the version we've provided to you. This is what was vetted by the Professional Standards Board. This is the version that a lot of the resources that we're already using from NASTEC, those courses are based on the Model Code. So the more you stray from that Model Code, the less usable those resources are. It means aligning those standards that I shared, and then being proactive instead of just reactive. And Shane, you want to talk more about, what's next if they adopt the Model Code? Well, go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Scott. Did you bring a stool? Thank you. Much better. Yeah, and I wasn't just holding the chair down. So let's talk about next steps. So over the last few months, I have been providing you different regulations and different changes that we're looking to make. So theoretically, one of the key tasks that will happen if the board does adopt that, we'll have to make some changes to regulations. Those will be 91-1-203 licensure requirements and 91-1-205 renewal requirements at a minimum. But we also need to still have the conversation through our professional standards board and still act on this. So my ask will be for our next steps, we'll work through the professional standards board. We'll outline exactly what this will look like in practice across the state. You may have noticed in the video, there was a educator that talked about, this should be in pre-service, our non-traditional programs. This should be in teacher licensure renewals and ongoing conversations we have all the time. So finding where and how we need to best implement this is going to be the task that I will take on with our professional standards board and then come back with recommendations to you all of how we move forward and what specifically that means. And then Scott did mention about different tools that are out there, what's offered through the NASTEC resources. There are other providers out there that provide some similar training. So we would also vet and have those discussions through the professional standards board and make recommendations to you all. I don't know as much about the chatbot as you do.
Just talking again about some of the resources we're talking about. Again, NASTEC has a corrections and prevention course that we have used as a tool. Thank you. We have used a couple of times for some individuals that have come close to needing to have a license revoked, but we've found a means to keep them in the classroom. I will tell you that NASTEC is currently working on a closed loop AI chatbot, meaning that it will only pull resources from NASTEC. And the purpose of it is for educators, if they have a dilemma, they may use this bot as a means to kind of communicate, say, look, this is what appears to be happening. What do I need to be considering? and it will be relying on the model code to help direct those answers. They are going to be demonstrating it in Indiana in June at a conference that I'll be attending. Hopefully I'll have time to play with that then. I know that they're going to be demonstrating it in October. And yeah, you'll be there in October, right? Yeah. At the PPI, they're also going to be demonstrating it, so we're going to be able to play with that a little bit. But again, those are the types of resources. And I think ETS, I think, is one vendor that's developing more. So there's a lot of things being developed around the model code that we're hoping you agree we should be aligned with. And with that, Madam Chair, either of us are happy to answer any questions.
My real quick one would be how long has this been available? Like, is this pretty recent? No? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I have probably, so let's see, I started here in hope I get this right, 2012. There's been a session on the model code of ethics.
They've been working
every year.
Yeah.
It's kind of an ongoing thing since then.
Okay.
I will tell you that up front, when I was attending the conferences, I would sit through the sessions. I thought, we don't need that. That's ridiculous. I'm wrong, or I was wrong. I've had a change of heart.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, Shane, my very, very, very first meeting I ever did with anything on the State Board of Education was with you on this very subject. And I'm so excited. I've got a page and a half here, but because before I was even elected, I sat down with our in Wichita KNEA head, Michael Harris. And then my campaign director was there. My husband was there because I really didn't trust him, but he was great. We ended up high-fiving a lot. One of the things he brought and I brought to you was the idea of the code of ethics in licensing for affecting classroom behaviors. And the reason is because, especially I told him, like my real estate background, our code of ethics, other real estate agents could make a complaint on you if you violated the code of ethics. That was the standard for the whole thing. So I do think that we're mixing code of conduct, code of ethics in this presentation because your video actually discerned that really well, I thought. The code of conduct being more that self-reflective set of standards, whereas the code of, well, that's how they were saying the code of conduct is more like the guide, the self-reflective kind. That's where I took that. And the code of ethics to me is more something where your peers are going to be involved in it, in kind of judging that line. So what Michael Harris had said in this meeting, and I thought it was really good, he said what we need was a rubric for classroom behaviors, because what the teachers were struggling with is that they would send a child to the principal's office, and the principal would, calm the kid down, just send them right back, and teachers go home bruised. And there was no protection for the teachers, that there would be this expectation that this is a professional environment, this is going to be the classroom environment, and it's not the teacher's responsibility they have their responsibilities to maintain their classroom, but if a child is going to disrupt that environment, they need to be able to send them to the principal and know that the principal's going to deal with it, not just send them back. And so that's what he was talking about, a rubric, that you can measure, because this kid's going to misbehave, because kids do, up to here, and then there's that line.
Board Member Potter, we're talking about teachers' behavior, not children's behavior. This is about
Well, it's a code of ethics amongst educators, so it can affect anything that the educators are in a position to deal with, a code of ethics. That's what we were talking about, was a code of ethics, that very first meeting, and that's what Michael Harris had brought to my attention. And I was going to get even further into that, but I have been a little uncomfortable with how the PPC standards work, just because in America, we have the innocent until proven guilty. So I've seen things where you're saying, hey, this guy got convicted. Yeah, lose your license. But then there's other times it's just an accusation. And now I'm in a position of judging. And so that the code of ethics allows for that, like with real estate agents, if I had a complaint against me, I'm going to be brought before a board of my peers. And my peers are going to determine if I broke that code of ethics.
PPC
so I feel like we should stick with the ethics for licensure, I guess is what I'm saying, and if they actually were found guilty of a law. I mean, I'm all over the place. I have so much on this I've wanted to talk about. But
So Debbie, just let me clarify. The Professional Standards Board is set up.
PPC.
I'm sorry, PPC is set up for that exact role.
And it is peers.
It's your peers judging the behavior that's brought. Scott may bring a charge, but they issue a recommendation to you. So that's set up for that
Which I
purpose.
can appreciate, but I want them to lose their license because they broke an ethics, not because they stole something. Because they're
broke the
innocent until
law.
proven guilty in America. So if you take them before your peers and you say, hey, you stole something, we think you violated the ethics because you know what, we're held to a higher standard or something. That I want to lose their license because they violated ethics, not because they broke a law that they weren't actually convicted of. If they're convicted, great. You see what I'm saying? I have a struggle with that.
I think I understand what you're saying, and I'm just going to say those are two different things. That's a different conversation. This is not something that I'm ever going to use, and I wouldn't suggest the board use as a punitive measure or something of violating this. It's, but okay. I mean,
I guess that's why I'm saying the ethics.
yeah,
Over
I think we're
here.
just going to have to agree to disagree about whether or not someone has to be convicted of a crime before it can be constituting misconduct to lose a teaching license. They're
No,
two
I didn't
very
say
different.
that. I didn't say that.
Okay, then okay.
Okay.
Anyway, sorry. I think
Are there
that's a lot
any
of
other
slaughter.
questions regarding this particular model? Take time over the next 30 days and really get into it. I've sat in the PSB, the Professional Standards Board, for the 2 meetings that had huge discussions. Like, it was very much vetted and gone through by educators, administrators, higher ed. My big question would be in the midst of this, because we are talking higher ed, pre-service, transition to teach, all the things. How do we make sure that's happening? What would that be?
Yeah, so we have a set of standards that will be built into those programs when we do our review. So there will be some assessment that is
Okay.
provided, and we'll have that data of how
We'll
they'll
go
have to
another
offer that
step.
explanation. That'll be one of the things that's checked as we send out our program reviewers to do that
Okay.
review.
Okay. Kind of a little extra step to make sure those things are actually being done. And then talk about the PD if that falls in.
Theoretically, that's how we will have those conversations of how we would
Right,
annotate and bring
that's
it up. So
your best thought at this moment. Okay. Well, I think as I watched, as you were presenting, I saw lots of positive, like, this is a good idea, of just kind of looking at everybody, like, where we're kind of sitting in the moment. So as you pour over this before next meeting, make sure you pull out your questions.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, and I think both of us will be available, any email or phone call, any questions or concerns.
Absolutely.
It will be next month. We'll bring it back as an action item, asking you to formally adapt the Kansas Code of Ethics so that directs us on any changes for professional development requirements or whatever Shane's going to take to Professional Standards Board.
And on the point you made about the courses and things that have been made alongside the national model, the actual model, so far with what the Professional Standards Board asked for, that hasn't done anything to significantly hurt that. That's my understanding, correct? 'Cause
Right.
it was not
There
that
was, honestly, I think there was maybe 5 words that were taken
Right.
out of one. It got into a pretty specific explanation of gender
Yeah.
that is in the model code. Now, there may be some instruction in that on those courses, but I honestly think it's minimal.
Right.
There's nothing within this version that makes the tools that are available obsolete.
Yeah.
I believe we could still rely on those.
Okay, that was my understanding too. Dennis?
Yeah, my question's for Shane. When you issue a license, is there something in the process that you actually have the candidate or the applicant indicate that they know that there is a code of conduct, that there's something on their license that they're
Code of ethics.
So So
apply to?
specifically and explicitly, no, but we do have a series of professional conduct questions, which are kind of aligned with the code of conduct. So by default, yes, but the explicit language is not in our application at this time.
Is that something that you think that you would want us to address in our voting on these changes? That should be part of the.
I don't think that's necessary, but I mean that is just definitely something I can adapt in our application very easily as far as assurance statements to put in to ensure people are aware.
Okay. Yep. If you don't read something you don't know.
Yep.
Okay, I think we're good for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right. Dr. Watson, what are you doing out of your chair?
Madam Chair, I think you're looking to the bill that says you need 30 minutes of recess. Right? Been said a while.
It got vetoed, I'm just
but
saying.
Michelle says I need to model how we're going to get you back on track. Okay, so we have a plan here.
Okay.
I'm here to talk about a contract that we use with the National Student Clearinghouse.
Okay, and before you fully start, just as a reminder to the board, this was pulled off of consent last meeting, so it is an action item today. We just didn't have that discussion because of our time constraints last month. So we're finishing that now, so please.
Okay. Thank you. And I do have Beth here if we have questions about the contract. So again, welcome to all of you. Yesterday I said, I'll be very brief, I took a moment to look at the K-Toy team. This morning as I was going, I really took a moment to look at each one of you in the photo. And you all look dashing. I just want you to know that, all right? You look really good. So we are trying to measure. This is part of the measurement. We talk about success a lot. This is part of the measurement. So we're going to start with a little history lesson very quickly. Something that was written in the Gannon Law that is rarely talked about anymore, but it was specifically noted in the Gannon school funding lawsuit that said that the state of Kansas has to measure not only academic achievement, they have to measure something called the Rose capacities. You'll also hear them called Rose standards. I oftentimes don't refer to standards because that may confuse you. They're used interchangeably. It came out of Kentucky. I want to just talk about what those are. So it said that we also need to measure oral and written communication skills. Melanie will remember very well. That's why we attack that in graduation requirements. All right. Understanding government processes enable students to affect their community. Grounding in the arts. Interesting enough, so they have cultural and historical heritage. Knowledge of economic, social, and political systems. Self-knowledge and knowledge of students' mental and physical wellness. Again, you can kind of see where the board then moved in after this. And then the two I want to talk about related to this is training or preparation for advanced training in academic or vocational fields, or Mr. Porter, we call that post-secondary success. And then the measurement of that against other people in surrounding states and how well are we doing. Those are written in the Rose capacities. Okay, and the Supreme Court of Kansas said you have to get funding, attend to these. So, Georgetown Institute on Education and Workforce has long said that it's been within the last decade, but it was updated. 73% of our workforce needs to have a post-secondary certificate or degree. That breakdown is about 50-50. About half of our workforce of that 73% needs to be a 4-year master's or PhD or professional degree, about 36% certificate or associate, welding certificate. Nurse aide would be examples of those. This is how it's displayed anytime that you go out and look at a school district's report card. This is the display of that. The yellow line is their graduation rate. The pink line, this is the state average, is how many kids went on, and the blue-purple line is the calculation of those two combination, which is we call post-secondary success. It's a measurement of that. Now, where do we get that information? All right. When a student graduates high school, and goes to a post-secondary institution. That could be Manhattan Technical School College. It could be Harvard. It could be wherever they go to school. The National Student Clearinghouse starts to receive data around that student. So that data is there. They've been operating since 1993, and they're used by colleges initially around Pell Grants. That was the initial start of it. It offers unmatched coverage. There's not another organization that does it. There are some that do transcripts. Parchment is one that you may hear about. But they're really the big coverage for national enrollment tracking for post-secondary institutions. Here's the services then that they can provide back to states or high schools. Allows districts to then look at students nationwide to see where they enroll, if they stay enrolled, and do they graduate from college or any post-secondary. Also, it provides high schools to compare their students' outcomes against national data. And finally, it offers a transcript center. So does Parchment. That's another competing organization that does just the transcripts, which facilitates then high school transcripts going from Hayesville High School, for example, to Friends University. There's an electronic transcript that goes to verify that. And then they do some research and evaluation on long-term trends. Where do graduates go? How long do they stay? For example, you may, if you go to the Kansas Board of Regents, sometimes you will hear them say that we've had for the last several years a talent drain, meaning there's more of our students leaving the state at those high levels that are coming into Kansas. That's some of the data that National Student Clearinghouse would do. So here's some of the questions it answers for us. How many of our high school graduates enroll in college? Actually, that should be post-secondary. I changed all that, and this is not the latest version. So some way really called up the old one. I must not have trashed it. So I'm going to use the word post-secondary. Do they persist and graduate from post-secondary? Because this tracks vocational schools in addition to four-year degrees. How long does it take? How long do they stay? Do they stay in state or do they go out of state? Some more questions. Do they attend a 2 or 4 year school? What colleges do they most commonly attend? What are the outcomes for students? How well do our programs in our district help prepare? So it's that measure across the board. That data is sitting in the National Student Clearinghouse. This contract allows us to receive that, put that in what we call our AMOS system, which is our secure system that allows school districts then to look at their data. We aggregate that data. We don't provide individual student data, but Highland Park, as an example, could look at their data if Topeka 501 gave them access so they could see how their graduates did. Michelle, one of the questions she's going to ask is, can parents and students opt out? Yes. When they get to wherever they go to school, they can say, I do not want my data released. That happens also with the military. If someone doesn't want their data released, then they are not in that data set. That has nothing to do, that doesn't come to us. It happens wherever they go. So if they go to University of Nebraska, they say, I don't want my data released, and then National Student Clearinghouse never receives that data from the University of Nebraska, as an example. And so that's the contract. It's a 5-year, Beth, 5-year contract. What it allows us to do is capture that data so that we can, within the ROSE capacities, measure that chart that you see, and that school districts can then see if we're helping students go to wherever they want to go. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Oh, and if it's about the contract, I asked Beth to come specifically about the contract itself because she would know a little bit more.
One point of clarification on it. So I know that the issue came up, well, why don't you just get the data from the Board of Regents? The Board of Regents has data on all the students attending in Kansas. Okay?
And only the Board of Regents, not Mid-American National.
Right, right. So you want your private school data, or you want who went to University of Nebraska, Arkansas, wherever they're going, in order to do the calculation for the post-secondary success. You've all had many phone calls. Dr. Steele's worked extensively to get you the military data, right, so that it can be added back. So we want the most students in that data we possibly can have.
And actually, you touched upon what my question was, which was that military data. And I know that we had talked about that previously, that part being absent really did not give an accurate picture, especially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's never going to be 100% because
but
students
we
could
are
opt
getting
out.
some of.
We got our first set of data from the military this week, Dr. Steele.
Okay.
Pretty excited about that.
And
that was one of the challenges
you're
that he
walking out
had
the
to
door.
deliver before I left, and he did that. So.
And that's great to hear because, and I have one other quick question that I'm kind of wondering. The other thing that we tend to frequently try to battle against is this statement: our schools are failing our students. Kansas schools that we're failing. And I am wondering, when we get this data, how is that, I'm trying to think, how is that provided, like, to legislature and all of those that just want to trash public education to show the success rate in post? How do we do that?
So several ways. Every year, we produce an annual report that is shared with you in October. We then take that report, I send a letter, we do a hand copy to every Kansas legislator and the governor's office, and we also do an electronic copy. Every school district and every school is right on a big button on our page, and you can go to that data. We call the one-page transparency. It's a front and back, has academic data and has that chart right on it. And you can look, it's a 5-year average, and you can look over the last 5 years.
Okay, so can we develop a program where maybe those that aren't reading this, we could go and read it to them? I'm kidding. And whenever you get through, I'll be prepared to make that motion. But thank you for that.
Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Was I right about at least one of the concerns you would have?
And the biggest thing is we always say, well, they can always opt out. But if we're not forthcoming that there was a $9.5 million settlement on a lawsuit in 2005, and we're re-upping something, we might want to let the parents know that there was a third party, 501(c) involved in that. And would I know that as a parent that information would be shared up front? Like if I want to opt out of something, it's better if I opt in because I want to know what I'm opting into. Like, what am I getting? So just doing a little bit of research last month, I found 6 articles, and you can even go to classaction.org and find out what kind of data would have gotten a $9.5 million settlement on just post-secondary education data through the clearinghouse. That was the company.
Yeah, there was a data breach. You are correct. And this is part of our big discussion, right? Technology's here. So I can't say that you can opt in or opt out because it happens at the post-secondary level where that data transfers into the National Student Clearinghouse. We're receiving it back from them, but that, I use the example of University of Nebraska, is transferring that data in the National Student Clearinghouse. It's sitting there, and then we can get it or we cannot get it. I mean, that would be the contract that we're asking you to approve. But it wouldn't be, there's not a thing we can do, Michelle, about opting in or opting out at our level from the clearinghouse because it happens at the post-secondary level.
But as far as just being,
aware.
Making parents aware. And then the other thing is we received a letter and it was dual enrollment information. It was exposed within Kansas, with the two schools in Kansas, in high school, and it was stuff that was sent to it was stuff that had to be sent in.
Right.
That we had a breach in our own personal experience with that and had a letter. Now, what all was exposed, I don't know. I mean, I don't know because I wouldn't think there would be that much information. But now when you're talking about all this all this extra data that can be shared nationally. I mean, that's what worries me, I guess, the most.
I want you to know what we get back, okay? So if a student does not opt out, we get back, I'll use the class of 2026, and they graduate and they go to Benedictine, and they're going to major in business. In the fall, that Benedictine sends that record to the National Student Clearinghouse. We get a record that says Randy Watson enrolled in Benedictine in the fall of 2026. That's it. Eventually, it would say Randy Watson received a baccalaureate degree from every semester I'm enrolled. It follows wherever I'm at, and that's the record that I get. So I don't know what other data, because I think they do Pell Grants and other things. That's the data we get back, is that information. We then aggregate that, as you see on the chart, but a school district would have access to the name of that graduating class or that person in that class.
Debbie? You mind me taking that again?
Is your mic not working?
No, it's not been working for 2 days. Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so I'm going to be voting no, just because I'm a baby boomer. I was due in Gen X, and I was born in baby boomer time. So I don't care so much about the data privacy. I have my DNA out there. I don't care so much, but I do know that these younger generations, and I'm listening to these parents, they care a lot. And so I don't think it's, one, I just, even from a baby boomer point of view, I think that we're highly judgmental saying that going on to college, following that post-secondary quote unquote success, that somehow college indicated they're successful. I think the successful life is a life just well lived, that the kid chooses for themselves. And going to Betty's comment, it's not a matter of getting the kids to go to college that makes them successful. It's having that underpinning of a good, solid foundation of reading, writing, and arithmetic that is just basic to life, and you don't need to go to college to enjoy the benefits of those things, and especially literacy. I mean, if you're not literate, the whole world is going to be harder. But I'm just going to say Gen Alpha, I looked up some of their characteristics because I knew this innately, but they said they are hyper aware of digital privacy. And so I'm going to be hyper aware with them and not vote for anything that tracks them post-secondary, which is, I think, none of our business.
Connie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question's different. Suppose you have a student enrolls in Benedictine and drops out after the first year.
Yes.
So that's the only information you get, and maybe down the road, 5 or 6 years later, says, I'm going to go to college. Mm-hmm. Would that information be sent to the clearinghouse or not? Yes. So you do track.
There's an interruption there that you see that the student,
okay.
Or can I use it? That happens, but let's use one that's really common. I enrolled in Benedictine in the fall, and I stayed a semester, and then I came home. And then the next fall, I went to Highland Community College. I'm going to use I show up there, and then I transferred to UMKC. So you also see where people go different places. But
so
yes.
How long do they do the tracking? Is it just the colleges that are tracking?
So
plus the military?
So I don't look at this data. It used to be 8 years. It was 8 years, and then at that point they stopped looking at that graduating class. So again, the class of 26, they will follow. If it's still I'm looking at Beth. It used to be 8 years when I used to look at it all the time, and then at that point they stopped that. So if you went back after 8 years, I'm not sure it would follow.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Melanie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if we don't approve this, it has nothing to do with whether or not Kansas student data goes into this system. Correct. This is completely outside of Kansas. What happens if we don't approve this? How do we get this information? Because it is part of the metrics that we're relying on to report out.
So you would get it, you can get it 2 other ways. You can get it from dual credit. I think Michelle talked about that. Mm-hmm. High schools know that, so we do get that. And if you go to KU or Pittsburgh State, you get the Board of Regents. You would not get any private school data in Kansas or outside, and you would get nothing outside of our border.
So the data is unreliable then?
It would be less than what you would get now.
Okay, and if I could just make a quick comment. The lawsuit was actually, I don't know if it's correct to call it a class action, but it was because the data that was exposed included Social Security numbers. And so the judge that certified the settlement in that, it was because of that Social Security number. And if you've ever had your health information or whatever in one of those breaches and you get a letter that says, now you're eligible for monitoring for identity theft, and that's kind of where that comes from. So just some background. Thank you.
Okay. Betty?
Yes, Madam Chair. And one final comment before I read the motion. One of the things that you did present on that success, whether it's going on to college or other pathways, that every student that is seeing that economic success is getting some additional skills after high school. And whether they can read or write, that's not the thing. It's saying their success hinges on either getting some additional training or going on to college. And we pretty much see the success kind of tied in with.
And I would offer it's both.
Yeah.
You're measuring before that you
Right.
get to the end, and then you're measuring whether those skills were applied.
Right.
So it's both.
Right. And with that, I am happy to move that the Kansas State Board of Education authorize the Commissioner of Education to amend our current contract with the National Student Clearinghouse for the purpose of providing post-secondary data on Kansas high school graduates. The amendment will extend the contract for an additional 3 years from January 2027 through December 2030. The total extension cost shall not exceed $225,000.
Okay. Second? Melanie? All in favor? Opposed? Present, not voting. Okay, so 631, is that what we got? Okay, so that does pass. Thank you, Beth. Okay, quickly, we're going to do the receive and act on the MOU between the Kansas School for the Deaf and the KNEA with the legislative action that happened. So Board Attorney Mark Ferguson and Board Member Michelle Dombrowski is going to give us a really quick recap on what all that is about.
We briefed the board by email about the updates and circulated the MOU. It's been signed and approved by the bargaining unit. We're asking and requesting that the board consider and vote on approving the MOU, which will provide for 6 additional days of instruction at the School for the Deaf for this school year, which is adding those days of instruction based on the additional funding approved by the legislature in the final budget bill designated as HB 2513. And that would be this school year. We'll address next school year in the upcoming negotiations in session. And because this has not been presented to the board previously for a receive item, we'd ask that the board suspend the rules to take action on this now, and then secondarily a motion to approve the MOU.
Okay. Anything you want to add, Michelle?
Yeah, I just want to follow up to make sure Superintendent Barron is getting back to me as far as how many, because there was a schedule change as far as being added to the end of the year, and that schedule had already been set, and we're moving fast with this due to the language in the legislation. So I just want to make sure that how many parents, because every IP is going to have to be touched at some point during this, because there is either going to be instruction or they've chosen to just end the year when the year ends. So parents may choose to opt out of those instruction days. And we want to know how many I want to know how many kids are going to be participating in that.
Gotcha. Okay. We got a lot through email that Board Attorney Ferguson's been trying to keep us updated on. So do we have any other questions real quick? Okay, so I need a motion to suspend the rules, and then we can act on this. Anybody ready? Jim? Suspend the rules. Second? Second. Betty? All in favor? And Michelle? Opposed? Okay, and one. Okay, and then we need a motion to, whatever it says. I don't have the paper. Melanie?
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the memorandum of understanding between the Kansas State Board of Education and the Kansas National Education Association bargaining unit at the Kansas School for the Deaf, which adds 6 additional days of instruction to the 2025-26 school year.
Okay, do I have a second? Betty? All in favor? Okay, 10-0 vote. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And Michelle, thank you. I don't know if people know how much time you put in at the School for the Deaf, but it is a lot of time.
It's been a busy
Really,
year, hasn't it?
Really, thank you for that.
Little break. Okay, we're going to take 5 minutes and be back at 11:36. Back and up for our next agenda item, if we could all get ready. Thank you, thank you. Mr. Carter, we're going to be talking about the Registered Teacher Youth Apprenticeship Program, and it looks like you've got some guests in the house.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. I do have 3 districts, well, 2 districts here that are in person, and then we have one online as well that we'll get into. But before I start with my presentation, I have one alibi from the last Registered Teacher Apprenticeship Program update you received back in celebrating Miss Alexander. I was basically thanking a lot of folks, and I forgot one very special person I forgot to thank, and that was Miss Burrell New, or Dr. Burrell New. I forgot to put out that she was active and a participant when we started planning this program, so her efforts and her taking time to volunteer to help us out have led to not only the Registered Teacher Apprenticeship Program, but helping us set the conditions and standards to make the Youth Registered Teacher Apprenticeship Program as well.
Well, thank you for saying that.
So, now, I felt really bad after the meeting I didn't say anything, and that brings up my second point I want to cover real quick too. So a lot of work that we do, especially within the teacher licensure team, we rely on a lot of volunteers and a lot of administrators, teachers, and everyone, and I want to thank them. And you're going to see 3 districts that have gone above and beyond to work and implement these programs and work with the pilot, which means they've had additional meetings with us, trying to tell us, no, you're off here, you need to do it this way, and we appreciate their feedback. Thank them for their support, because without them, we couldn't make this happen. All right, so a couple things over the last week. The Registered Teacher Apprenticeship team, they've had the opportunity to go out and be part of the congratulatory ceremonies for quite a few people. So Olathe, they had their first RTAP completer, and they celebrated her last month. And then we were at Spring Hill earlier this week to celebrate one of our youth apprentice completers that you're going to meet today. So I'm so excited that you're going to get to meet them. So my goal is to go through my slides really quick, because everything I'm going to share with you is a review. That way you can get to the good stuff and then hear about the good work the districts and our youth apprentices are doing. All right, so this is the timeline. We'll go through that requirements review, talk about the youth registered teacher apprenticeship timeline, talk about the different options, and then we'll turn it over to our special guests. All right, so just a real quick reminder, what is an apprenticeship program? Well, it's that industry-driven, high-quality career pathway. It allows individuals to earn as they learn, and at the end of any registered teacher apprenticeship program, it leads to some type of credential. Our credential is the teaching license, and this is a partnership between us and the Department of Commerce, since we are a state apprenticeship agency. So for the adult registered teacher apprenticeship program, these are the requirements. We have to have approval from not only the state board, but also the Kansas Apprenticeship Council. There's a wage that's always involved with apprenticeship programs. The wage for the adult is $14 an hour, the minimum, and it has to be progressive and increase as individuals make as they perform different competencies and show that they're proficient in those competencies, they move on the progressive wage scale. And for us, our competency portion of the program is always based on the KEEP rubric, and we haven't changed any requirements for licensure. You still have to complete a degree and complete that teacher education program through a university. And so when you hear related technical instruction, that is our partnership with our universities. And we partner with 2- and 4-year colleges to provide that RTI, and then eventually it leads to a license. So for our youth apprenticeship program, you approved it, as did the Apprenticeship Council. The wage scale is a little different for these individuals. The wage is $7.50 an hour, and that is the minimum. Once again, demonstrate competency, you get to move and get more pay. It is still a competency-based program based on the same evaluation, and the only addition that's a little different is, in addition to having RTI from universities, we also have individuals complete districts have to have an approved CTE, teacher training pathway program, and students are completing that coursework and those requirements as well. And this is just a display of what those courses look like. So all of our youth apprentices would be involved in these CTE courses and completing those as part of their program. All right, a little bit about the timeline. So last year we did start the pilot. We received approval from the state board to do that. We had 24 apprentices, 3 districts, and those 3 districts are here today with some of their apprentices. Then in January through June, we continued to conduct our pilot, but we've got the conditions ready to open this up statewide over the summer. And then in July. Between July and August, we will post our application and begin asking districts to submit and apply to enroll in the program. All right, so as over time, over the last 3 years, the RTAP options are changing. So the regular adult RTAP option, that's what you see here. That's for individuals that don't have a bachelor's degree, and that's the program that we have basically 380 people in that are completing, and some people are completing now. We will be opening a pathway for individuals that hold a bachelor's degree. So we have a lot of different non-traditional pathways that are well suited to move into an apprenticeship type program. So we are going to take advantage of that. So individuals that are completing those non-traditional programs, they can enroll in that. And the benefit of this, it provides a tool to districts that they can utilize for recruitment, which basically allots $2,750 a year for that individual as they're transitioning into the classroom to pay for those for higher ed costs. And then we have our youth apprenticeship program, which you're going to get to meet all the fine folks that are participating in that program right now. And as far as projections, I really think this program is going to grow over the next kind of how we had the large spike with the original program. I think over the next 6 months or so, we'll see a lot of momentum and steam for the youth apprenticeship program, and I'm excited about that. All right, and as I stated, we do have a series of guests. So Topeka Public Schools will be here, Spring Hill Schools, and Liberal. So before I transition over to them, are there any questions for me? I know I went fast and furious. Nope. All right, let's meet the good people, right? All right, so we'll start with Topeka. Okay, all you need to do for your slides is hit the down arrow.
Next button. Okay. Okay. Hello. Good morning. Thank you for having us. I'm Laura Nichols. I'm the associate principal at TCalc, just down the street. I'm going to give you just a really big overview, and then I'm going to let my team do most of the talking because they know more than I do. We have had a teaching and training pathway at TCalc for about 8 years, and incorporated a lot of different opportunities for students to work in classrooms in that time. This year, we expanded into the apprenticeship program that Mr. Carter described and maintained some of those extra things. So they'll talk a little bit about that, but I just wanted to give you an overview of our kids do a lot of support in our elementary schools that isn't necessarily part of their regular apprenticeship work. So Ms. Jones is our educator. She teaches the EDU coursework. Washburn University actually sends us a professor for some core coursework, and those count for high school graduation and college credits, obviously. Our students are in this program for 2 years. They will earn their associate's degree and their high school diploma if they enter in their junior year. We have one junior and one senior here to talk to you today. So our seniors are leaving us this year with 30 hours and about 500 hours in the classroom. So we think by the time they finish their degree, while they will be younger than their peers, they will have more hours in the classroom than traditional bachelor earning teacher candidates. So we're very excited about all of those things, and we do have a larger number enrolled for next school year. So I will stop there and turn it over to Ms. Jones and our students. Thank you again, guys.
Let's see. There we go. Okay, hi. My name is Ms. Jones, Elissa Jones, and I teach the education coursework and sort of mother hen the program and work with the juniors and seniors. I wanted to highlight some of the things that I'm just really proud of about this year that these students have done. They have collectively accrued over 5,100 hours in TPS classrooms from pre-K up through 9th grade level, where they've been serving as registered youth teacher apprentices. As Ms. Nichols said, they also have done some additional things outside of that, right? So they lead the 4th grade and 7th grade STEM field trips at the Kansas Science Station. They are lead teachers at those stations. They have engaged in a service learning partnership this year with Kansas Children's Discovery Center to help do some of the behind the scenes work getting their outdoor classroom up and ready for the spring. We've participated in the Educators Rising Conference at Mid-America Nazarene University and have 3 members that are Educators Rising Honor Society members. And then we have done some post-secondary visits with Washburn University, with Kansas State, and with Emporia State as well. By the end of this semester, the group will have earned a total of 480 college credits. So most of them have earned 30 in this year. We had one student join us at the semester. And then 3 of our program completers this year are CTE scholars. So they have the service, they have the GPA, and they've taken all the coursework through the program for that. So I am tremendously proud of these young people because they are the ones who said yes to trying this new thing where there were 47 questions a day, and I only knew the answer to 3 of them. And my most common phrase that first semester was, "That sounds like a Nichols question. Let's go ask her." So I'm going to stop talking, and I want to give you a chance to hear from them about their experiences.
My name is Jaywin. I'm a senior, and I had the honor of being in the pathway for last year and this year, which means I saw the change from last year to this year. And last year, honestly, I would say like I was blown away. I was working in a kindergarten classroom at Williams, and so I was like, I don't think I can do little kids, but I know I want to be a teacher. So just getting that foot into the door, I was like, I never thought that could happen in my junior year. And then they switched the pathway and made it like 10 times better and blew my mind completely again. So it's been really incredible working this semester and this year in the pathway. I've worked with high school and middle school kids. I thought I was set on high school, but working in the pathway showed me I think I want to do middle school. Yeah.
My name is Marley. I'm a junior at Topeka High. I'll be able to graduate with 60 credit hours since I'll be doing both years. And I have my placement at a 2nd grade classroom in Lowman Hill. And I've learned a lot from this pathway. I was really scared when I began because I wouldn't be going to my home school. I'd be in a classroom with like 16 of us. And I'm only like, there's like 5 juniors, so 5 out of like 16 of us. I was really scared. And then Miss Jones, she walked us through all the classes. Like, I feel really special that we're able to do college classes and then have like a high school teacher who understands us and can walk us through it. And I did not know what 60 credit hours of college was before this year. I probably would have thought it was like 60 hours. And I feel really special that I can learn how to be a teacher while I'm a student so I can see both perspectives. Like, I remember being a little kid and being told what to do and being like, nah. And now I feel like I can work out how to turn that no into a yes. And what else? And I'm learning all the grades that I like and maybe aren't so going well with. And I've met so many people in the 501 district, and I feel like I have like a higher appreciation for people in education because I see how hard they're working now, and I see what they're doing behind the scenes, and I've seen all these people come together to support us, to make us become educators, and I just love this program so much. Yeah.
I don't think there's another slide. I would just say, listening to Marley, I think the power of getting students started in the education field while they're in high school is just, I don't know, untapped. And the more educators can encourage students to be teachers, I think the more teachers and the better maybe teachers will have. So these guys kind of captured that, but getting started now instead of graduating from high school and then maybe they find their way to a program. All of our seniors are leaving. They know where they're going. They know how long they have to finish. They have a plan. That is something we haven't done we haven't done very well at TCALC in this program, is making sure everybody knows exactly what it takes to do what's next. So we have leaned in strong with these kids to get them through, and they all have job offers when they're ready to come back to Topeka Public Schools and work for us. So I'll let you guys ask them some questions if you have some.
I think we have, do you want to wait till the very end? That's probably a good idea. Yeah, because thank you so much. That was powerful. Okay, up next is...
We're going to bring Spring Hill up. Give me just a second. I'm going to have to work through.
And I'll let you ask it, I promise. Okay. Hang on to it. No, we're going to bring Liberal up.
Well, I'm going to break stuff. I'm hands off.
Rayleigh's
Don't
like,
let me
"Stop
play with the technology.
Mute is off. I think you should.
We can do it without. I brought a printout.
I'm watching the screen behind them.
I was going to say maybe Betty could ask her question really fast while we're playing with all that. Okay.
Just like I drew it up.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Back to Spring Hill, please.
There we go.
Perfect. So thank you for having us. My name is Leah Good. I'm the coordinator of career and technical education and real world learning for Spring Hill. And I kind of started this program. And so we started the development of this program last year. Ashley was a junior in our teaching internship class, and she really wanted to continue, but we didn't have an option. And so we were exploring what we could do so she could still have experiences in teaching and training while she was in high school. We didn't want her to just take a gap year. And so working with Shane and Joel, we developed this program and really wanted to make sure we were able to fill the gaps and to grow our own teachers. We're really invested in bringing people back to our community. And so working with our human resources department, we were able to develop an early offer program as well. So at the completion of this, we extended an early offer to Ashley to come back to our district. And then we were really aligning this with our post-secondary assets. So as a CTE coordinator, I want to make sure we embed those opportunities for our students. And so this was a way that we can ensure our teaching and training students have multiple opportunities to gain those post-secondary assets. So I really want to focus on Ashley. She has been in the classroom all this year, and so she's going to hit some of kind of her key highlights.
Hi, my name is Ashley Anderson. Thank you for having me today. I'm very excited to speak on this and very appreciative and grateful for this opportunity. So thank you to the Kansas State Board of Education and everything that everyone does at the Spring Hill School District. I want to get started with first semester. I started off in a kindergarten classroom at one of our elementary schools. We have 5 elementary schools. And I started in kindergarten. I was a little, timid because I thought going into this experience that I wanted to do 4th or 5th grade or 3rd, the upper levels of elementary. Turns out kindergarten was a great eye-opening experience, and I truly am so grateful for it. My mentor teacher, she was great. She taught alongside of me and helped me really rip the Band-Aid off and become connected with all of the students in there. Moving into second semester, I started in a 2nd grade classroom, which is where I am placed right now. And I have really gone fully into teaching into the classroom at all times. So when I get there, I pull small groups, and then we do our math and our skills, and I'm there till 12:45, which I leave after lunch. So I am now fully in the classroom and teaching, and it has been a wonderful and great experience to have getting into the shoes of that, and really prepares you more than I believe that going in and just doing your student teaching in a regular 4-year college course would. And so this apprenticeship has really helped me step into the classroom and do that. I've been able to complete 29 college credit hours just in my senior year of high school, so that's already walking in, and I will complete my associate's degree by next spring. And then I will then go to Emporia State University and complete my bachelor's there. My impact on my future as an educator, this apprenticeship has been able to have me work alongside adults. So I go in the mornings, 8:40 or 7:45. I work alongside adults all day. I talk with all the other 2nd grade teachers. We talk about curriculum and instruction, and then we go in the classroom and we do that. And I get to do that, and it's just been a really great experience in having me do that. And then I go home, I do my Johnson County classes, and then I even work at a coffee shop. So I get to see all the different sides, being a student, being a teacher, also being a teenager. And then really what I've learned from this experience working alongside my kindergarten teacher, her name was Miss Muzinski, and the second grade teacher I'm with right now, Mr. Kirkpatrick, is really setting the tone in the classroom. You don't notice it all the time, but all of those eyes on you, I have 19 kids in my second grade class right now, you set the tone in the classroom. And I think that that this apprenticeship does a really great job of helping you through that, and you're more prepared. It's not just the semester of student teaching you do and when gaining your bachelor's degree. I'm a senior at Spring Hill, and I'm our only apprentice, and I'm glad that I get to be the pilot of this program and, kind of see how that goes, give feedback and anything like that. And you never know the effects of that with the kids on you have, because I go home every day and I tell my parents I want to go back for more. And I think that a lot of young people like me who want to become a teacher, that this apprenticeship offers a great opportunity for that. And I'm so glad that I get to be a part of it. So thank you. Do you guys have any questions? Yeah, and then at the end. Yeah, sounds great. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Our Liberal team, can you hear us?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. This is where I'm quiet. The show is yours.
Hi, I'm Tasha Abeling. I'm assistant principal and CT coordinator at Liberal, and I am here with our 6 apprenticeships and our teacher. This pilot program was like dear to heart. I've recruited for our district for several years, and coming back empty-handed was always devastating. So this is one way to help with our teacher shortage out in Southwest Kansas, to grow our own, and it's been a big push. And then this was just our extra step to grow our own. And in this program, it was pretty awesome to see these girls come back all excited about what they've seen or grown and done in the college classes they have taken. So it's really cool to see that. And then now they have inspired our new group. We have roughly about 10 to 15 more kids that want to join the program next year. And then I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Watt. She is our lead teacher for the program.
Hello, I'm Heather Watt, and this is actually my 28th year of teaching, and I've got to see some of my students that I've had as freshmen join the teaching career and ignite their passion. For me, it has been great to see their growth, and they come back super excited or have questions that I sometimes can't answer, or let's figure out how to do that. And so it's ignited some great discussions for us as a class. I think one of the things that we need to do more of is probably recruit more boys, because we know men in education is short, and that's my goal, is to continue to grow the programming and not just recruit the girls, but I want to recruit the boys as well. Currently we have 3 that'll be joining the program next year, so I'm excited for that. So, and I've also been excited this year to see my kids be out with former students that were teachers, and so it's been really good to have them placed with my former students as well that joined the education team. So I'm going to hand it off to our next.
Hello, my name is Alina Morales. I'm a senior here, and we just graduated completing this program. And I'm placed at an elementary school here. The first semester, we were still trying to figure things out, so we all had like different kinds of teachers. Like the first semester, I was placed with a 5th grade class and a 3rd grade class, and I decided that the 5th grade was the place for me. So the second semester, I ended up staying with the 5th grade class, and how flexible our schedule was here at LHS. I got to be there every day, so it was really consistent seeing the students grow and building the trust within the students. That was my favorite part. And then I had 5th graders, so tomorrow actually I get to go see the promotion, so that's really fun. One thing that I got to experience and that I got to grow on was my classroom management. Even though it was there was still a teacher with me there, there was time where I got to be independent. So that's like one of the things that's great about this program is, like I heard earlier, like the one semester of student teaching won't prepare you for a life in the classroom. So it's good that us as high schoolers get to get more of that experience. So this is a great experience that we all get to have. That like my former teachers my teachers didn't get to have. So it's great that we're putting, like, Kansas is giving us the opportunity to become greater teachers around the whole and maybe spread it across the country. So.
My name is Jacqueline Salinas. I was placed at the middle school and elementary. I really enjoyed the elementary part. I was placed in the kindergarten class. I never imagined that I would love being with the little kids. I always thought I was going to be either third or fourth kids. Sorry. But no, I got with kindergartners, and I just built a great relationship with them, but not just with the students, with the teacher too. She has helped me out a lot, and she works a lot. I never thought that the teachers would work like that much behind the scenes, and without this program, I would have not known. So I'm glad I can be there to help her, because she does need a lot of my help, a lot. So I'm just glad that I had this amazing opportunity. I love it a lot, and I never thought I would be a teacher without this program. And now I know for sure that I want to become a teacher. So I'm really, really grateful.
Go ahead.
My name is Jocelyn Hernandez, and I was placed at the elementary school level. I'm in the 2nd grade, and this program really helped me get all my worries out to become a teacher. I had second thoughts, but being in this program really helped me experience all what teachers do behind the scenes, and it's really helpful for me to know about the data, how kids are placed at each levels and grades. And so being with my teacher at the 2nd grade, he has really helped me, and with being expressive with the kids as well, and having a lot of patience towards them as well. And one thing I was able to grow from was having to adapt to all the behaviors with all the special needs kids and all the students who needed help in all the different areas. I was able to control that, and I think that it's really good that we have this program just so we can learn from experience and move on from that.
Hello, my name is Aaliyah Garibay. I'm placed with the 1st grade students at one of our elementary schools here. One thing that this program has been such a blessing. I've truly learned a lot of things firsthand, and I was able to experience a lot of things that I probably wouldn't have been able to experience until way later on. One thing that I really learned while being in this program is classroom management, like Aaliyah said. I've really grown from my classroom management and being able to discipline, and I've become much more comfortable when it comes to disciplining kids. I've also just learned a lot about behind the scenes and how a lot of data goes into teaching, and having to know about that stuff is very important. So yeah, this program has just been such a huge thing. I've been with Miss Watt since we first started off the whole program, and so getting to see this program really grow to what it is today has been so awesome, and I can't wait. And it makes me so happy to see how big it's grown, now having 10 students from having just 6 girls. So this has just been really awesome, and I can't wait to see it go farther.
Hello, my name is Aurelie Reveles, and I am a senior or graduate of this 2026 year graduate. And I actually have only been in this program for 1 semester. I was indecisive of what I wanted to do, and when I started taking classes with Miss Wah, I think that's whenever it clicked in that I wanted to be a teacher. So she pushed me into getting into this program, and I think my experiences have from where I started, I feel like I would have not thought that I was gonna master or not master, but have experiences of what I was gonna be into. And ever since I started, I told Miss Wah, I told her I was wanting kindergarten or preschool, and she always told me good luck. And I think that I felt like the younger kids were going to be my thing. And then she placed me at a 2nd grade class. And this semester, I think I have learned many things. My teacher that I'm with, she has let me do lessons and all these different activities with students and like groups and having like classroom management. So I think that has like shown me that like it's not going to be easy some days, but like you have to have that patience and you have to have that love for the kids to be able to do what you want to do. And one of my things that I did learn from this program was that the feedback that they gave me, like I've been doing lessons for like the past week for my college courses and all of that, and I think like the feedback they give me has helped me like grow in a way, because when I started this program, I never thought I would teach a classroom like in my high school. So I think that has been like a really good impact, like it impacted me in a positive way. But I think there's some like things I do have to like learn more and like figure out. But by the time like I can learn, and I think this program has that that impacts us in a good way, because I feel like teachers now, like they didn't have the opportunity we have nowadays. So I think this program is a really good program.
So with the involvement in college classes, Stewart County Community College has been a godsend for us. They have been flexible, allowing our students to do online or making classes happen for dual credit. So they've been a great partner for us. Aaliyah over there, she is graduated with her associates in the program. So she is going on to be one of our teacher apprentice. Out of the 6, we have 5 that are going on to teacher apprentice, either here or in Emporia, because she's going to take classes in person. So that's pretty awesome. And then our other ones are going to stay here and work through Seward, and they have para jobs set up for them in the fall. We do have 2. We started this year an LHS Future Teacher Scholarship, and we have 2 that got awarded with that, as well 2 that were our CTE scholared because of this program. So it's pretty awesome to see how they have grown and how they have taken each opportunity and just ran with it.
Okay.
And I think we're at the part for questions now, right?
Yeah. So if I could get the apprentices and their teacher leaders and administrators.
We'll let Betty go first here.
Thank you. Without this program, would you have chosen teaching as your career path? Any one of you?
I think I would have, but I definitely would. I would either backed out probably in college, seeing how hard it was, or like doubted it the whole time going through college. It definitely would not have been this easy or like this hopeful about it without the program.
And while you're there, one other question. What made you think of teaching as your chosen career? If we take away the program and you were considering it, what was that one thing?
We've had this question quite a bit. I would definitely still say it. For me, it kind of happened in 4th grade.
Okay.
I just had that teacher that had that connection with me, and it was a new school, a new district, so I didn't really want to do any work, but having that teacher that just kind of focused on making the connection before making me do work was the best. And
Okay.
I want to make that connection with other students.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, Melanie? Or did you want everybody to ask that? I don't know. Our time is pretty short.
From a time perspective,
Yeah.
and that just kind of feeds into what we can do to, as we look at teacher shortage, those things that we can do that will develop the interest, and that was all I wanted. So thank you.
Thank you. Melanie?
Just a quick comment and then a question for Shane, actually. But I loved that so many of you talked about how you've also, inside of the program, found something that didn't work for you, especially when you look at the different ages. And you might go, oh, kindergarten, not for me. Maybe I want to teach the older kids. But that's just a really important part of, as Betty was saying, like, how do we make sure that we keep you in teaching once you get started? And so it's probably too early to ask, how can we support you? But know that if at any time you want to come back and make comments to the state board, reach out to the chair. Like, I think it's really important that we continue to hear from you guys in this process. Quick question for Shane. You kind of referenced this, but is there anything that the board can do to help you with alignment as we've got people finishing associates or maybe not quite finishing associates. Like, are you working with Catherine Schmidling to make sure the programs align inside of Kansas, or what does that transition look like as they're moving on to college?
Yeah, so we've already got the groundwork laid for that to happen. So we have our RTI partners already established, and it actually works well. We brought our community colleges, technical colleges in very early in the process. They participate, and we have 2+2 agreements across the board with our private institutions and public. So that transition from our 2-year schools to 4 years, it's pretty seamless.
So you don't need us.
And then a lot of our, what's that?
I said, so you don't need us.
No, we do need. We need your support to continue, because we're going to have other things that will come up as far as, different grants that we're trying to research to apply for, and just if there's changes to the program, just continuing to have your support. We need that.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you all for being here and sharing your stories.
Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to say, it sounds like from everyone I'm hearing today, I hear the passion and the excitement and enthusiasm as far as teaching. You all have to, I think with teaching, you do have to have a passion for it. But I will say I was humbled to be invited to the State of the District back in 8.5 months ago, and I got to hear from Ashley. She got a round of applause for standing and talking about this program, and her enthusiasm and her excitement back then. I mean, the room could feel that, but I want to tell you and commend you on your clarity, your confidence, everything, like today in the explanation of what you've gone through and explaining those experiences. You matured so much, even in 9 months, or 8.5 months, just because there you were just kind of like, I'm excited about this. I don't know what to expect. I just want to let you know, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm hoping to stay back in the district. And then hearing you speak before us, it was like a whole different person standing there. And I just want to commend you for that. And all of you for your passion for teaching. I want to commend you for that as well. Everybody that spoke today. So thank you.
And I loved hearing the part from the young lady that talked about learning the behind the scenes, that you had no idea. And I know you were nodding your head hard. I could see you. But, and we heard it over here, like you gained so much from the immediate of the understanding of what teaching takes, like what that profession is about, because it's a lot. We've learned that big time here. So thank you so much. Thank you for coming. Thank you for sharing with us. Liberal's a little far away, so I can appreciate the Zoom. That's a good drive. So thank you so much. Yes.
I just want to thank the Liberal group for taking the time to, it would have been a long drive, so you set some time aside to talk to us today. And I want to encourage you to stay in Kansas. You're way down there in the corner, but we want you to stay and not go to another state, okay?
That's right, all of you.
And so, thank you. It's just great to see the teamwork. I think that's one of the issues here is we see a lot of people working together and encouraging each other. That's big. Thank you.
Hey, that's a good point. So thank you. Thank you all so much for being here.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
No, just gonna.
All right. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Shane. I know you and Joel do a lot out there. Okay, up next is the Orion Adult Alternative Education Waiver Application. Dr. Harwood, nice to see you, sir.
Thank you. I was just always telling that one of the apprentices is a child of a former student. So we're Kansas is a small state. So we're actually going to start talking about a very different part of education, and this was with the adult alternative portion. And so a couple of things to start off with. So this waiver, just so that you are aware, that the statute that governs alternative education allows districts to submit a request or an application to the state board for waivers from regulations or laws. So that's why this is here, and we're doing it this way. The issue is that with adult education specifically, there was a change not quite a while ago that GED, part of adult education, is with KBOR. But if the student is trying to get to graduate and get a diploma, that adult education stays with the public school. The other important part to understand is that adult education, for a funding standpoint, starts at 19, or actually at 20, not 19 or 18, because and it's just the way the law is written. And currently, what happens is if there is no hybrid option, and they're going to talk more about this, that if you are an adult virtual student, you are funded on credits. If you are an adult in person, then it's the time. Adult education has evolved, and well before, I think the statute is from the 70s. And so things have changed, and this one size doesn't necessarily fit. And so Orion is interested in a waiver that KSDE is agreeing with and actually is in favor of as a pilot. And that's when you look at the motion for next month, it is a 2-year pilot. We'll talk about a 3rd year if needed, because when you look at it the first year, the 2nd year, you're evaluating it. If we really want to change something, we may need a change in legislation, which means we extend the 3rd year so that we go through the legislation. But we're really looking at this as a way to modernize the adult education process for those adults that are looking to get a high school diploma, not a GED. And so with that, I will introduce Jill Lockenmeyer, who is with Orion, and then we'll talk more about that when we get done. So,
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good to see you.
My name is Jill Lockenmeyer, and I am the Executive Director of Orion, and we are really excited to talk to you about this proposal. My colleague, Joni Purdy, will be speaking with me. And just to start, I want to let you know that at Orion, we have a strong history of supporting adults and students who want to earn their high school diploma. We have been doing this important work for 30 years. So a long, strong history. Excuse me. Goodness. Let's talk a little bit about the flow of the presentation today. We're going to start with a little bit of an overview just so that you understand the foundations of how this works and what we're proposing. Then we're going to talk about the rationale. Why is this change needed? And then Joni's going to come up and she's going to walk you through the specifics of the waiver. And then finally, we're going to talk about the data that will be collected as part of the pilot. And then we're going to talk about school district support. We do have Mr. Don Potter. He is superintendent in the Circle School District here, and he's a representative to show the support that we do have from our 15 school districts. And then finally, we'll close with any questions that you may have. All right, let's figure out the advancing of the slides here. Yes, all right, great. As Dr. Harwood mentioned, this is a state statute and that we're seeking a waiver from, and you can read about that. We do have 15 school districts that would be eligible to participate pending your approval if you so choose to do that next month. All right, let's talk a little bit about the current options. So when it comes to adult learners, there are really 2 options. One is the True Alternative Program, which is in person, or you can do a virtual model, and those 2 are funded differently. And what we are proposing, because of the nature of adult learners, is a blended approach, where we could take that adult education and model of in-person, and we could allow those students who are juggling a lot of different life experiences to be able to learn both in person and online. And we'll talk a little bit about why that's important here in just a moment. As Dr. Harwood mentioned, currently there isn't an option available for a blended model, and so we're bringing this to you for your consideration. When you think about an adult learner, so someone who's 20 or older, going back to school to earn their high school diploma, there are some barriers. And these adults face a lot of they have external commitments. They have families that they're taking care of. And often, many times, they're working full time. And our job is really to help support them and also remove those barriers. And so last night, this was just fresh, we had our graduation ceremony for our Wichita location sites. And I want to take a minute and just talk to you in their own words about why this matters and why this is important. We had multiple students speak and give speeches about the impact of this program. And let me just share a little bit of the barriers that they were expressing. They spoke of overcoming their hardships, working full time while going to school, balancing family commitments, overcoming life challenges. And there are a lot of life challenges that adults who do not have their high school diploma face. And the most exciting thing is hearing them speak with such pride about accomplishing and overcoming those barriers. And they talked about the perseverance that it took to intentionally choose to go back to school. They talked about their dedication. They talked about the beliefs that their teachers had in them that they could do this hard work. They spoke about their own vision and holding true to that vision for a brighter future. And finally, it was just simply inspiring. When you consider, there is obviously something that has happened in their life that has led them to be in a situation where they're an adult without a diploma. And it was very inspiring to see these adults graduate. And so in terms of what we are asking and some other barriers that we would like to remove, the third bullet there is really a barrier of time. You might imagine if you are working full time, it is incredibly, and raising a family, it is incredibly hard to fit in school. And so we would like the flexibility for these adult learners to, yes, attend during the day if that works for them, but also give them the opportunity to learn before work, after work, and on weekends, because that is their reality. The other barrier that we would like to remove is simply the instructional and delivery model. Oftentimes, it is simply not realistic for these adult learners to attend all day long. You think of a traditional high school. It's really unreasonable for them to be able to schedule to attend all day long in person. They need that flexibility to, yes, attend in person, but then also to work online, at home, before, after work, weekends, etc. We just want to remove and give them more flexibility. And then finally, the last barrier is a digital one. When you consider they have a choice between in-person and virtual. When you consider virtual just for students, adults are the same way, it's not a great fit for all learners, right? And so we want to be able to, through this hybrid model, bridge that gap where they can, yes, choose to attend all day in person if they want. That is still on the table, but allow them also to receive the help and support they need for their online learning portion too. All right, there's some other factors to consider. Compulsory attendance. So truancy laws. Truancy laws do not apply to adults. And so just know that. Also, our commitment, we are committed to providing and having office hours and our learning centers open at a minimum 30 hours per week, because we still want adult students to be able to come and learn 100% of the time if that's what they so choose. The other commitment that we have at Orion, we have been doing this for 30 years, and we know that the funding window is a short period of time, and that is where we earn the funding for it. But we are committed to accepting students, adult students, anytime throughout the year, whether we are funded for it or not. It is the right thing to do, and that is our commitment to our communities. There are several, 3 options of programs where this waiver is just simply not applicable. And the first is Orion runs correctional institution programs. So you think about your county jails. We are in 3 counties, Sedgwick County being one. And obviously those students are there full time. And so this simply doesn't apply. The other is we have a new partnership with a homeless shelter that serves 4 counties in Kansas. And much like some of the others, they will be attending in person too, so that this waiver will not apply to them. And then finally, we have English language learner programs, and that in-person experience is so critical that we would like to have them be exempt as well. All right, let's get into the nitty-gritty, and I'm going to invite Joni Purdy to come up and share the details, and then we'll wrap this up.
Thank you very much for having us today. Well, we are going to talk details. We've been working with KSDE. I want to give you a little bit of background with myself. I've been at Orion since 2000. I've worked with adult learners since 2000. I've seen a lot of changes in the way adult learners learn. I've seen changes in the funding. I've seen changes in society, which has created even more barriers for adult learners. We've been through COVID and all of those things. So we are really here today to advocate for those students to continue to support adult learning in Kansas, to continue to support our state, to encourage these students to graduate, go on to be teachers, whatever they want to do, but to stay in Kansas and to buy into what we believe in so wholeheartedly is our state and investing in people. So I believe this model will really benefit our students in getting them across that finish line and just helping Kansas as a whole. So how are we going to track students' attendance in this new model? It will be a different funding model than we are used to. In working with KSDE, we came up with what we think is the most realistic approach to this. They will be given a 12-day period starting 1 week prior to September 20th and 1 week after, including the weekend. And students will be allowed to attend will have to attend on-site in this model, but then they will be allowed to attend online as well. We have established a 3-to-1 ratio, meaning for every 1 hour on site that they attend, they would be allowed to attend 3 hours online. Students, if a student were to be a full-time student in this model, that would mean that they would attend in person at one of our learning centers 15 hours over the course of that 12-day period, excluding the weekend, and then 45 hours online, including the weekend. So it does give flexibility for those students who work a lot, work shift hours. The challenges we have is sometimes we have students who might be on the road driving a truck out of state, and so there might be 1 week where they can't be in person, but then the next week they're home and then they can come on site and work. So to traditionally fund them over a window of time is difficult. So this is kind of our compromise to see how this is going to work. So we're hoping, like I said, that will be a more accurate depiction of how students will learn. They will be given up to 12 hours a day to do this. So if they come on site for 3 hours in the morning and then go to work in the afternoon, they can go home and work up to midnight that day to continue to working online if they choose. Let's see, I've got to figure out the clicker. Is it just the enter button? Oh, space bar. Sorry. As far as the adult verification on students. We are still going to be required. We work with districts. So all of the students that are enrolled through Orion, we just provide the educational option, but they are enrolled through their school districts. So it will still be required of the districts to maintain all of their records. We do an individual graduation plan with every student. The district does a transcript analysis, so we know how many credits the students need when they come in, and then we develop a graduation plan for them so they know exactly how many credits they need to earn and how they're going to go about establishing that plan. And then as far as the graduation standards, obviously students will be enrolled in only high school credit earning classes. And again, we're hoping by removing some of these barriers, it will give students a little more opportunity to satisfactorily complete those requirements in an appropriate time frame. We will still maintain all of the current required documentation that we provide KSDE for funding, and I won't specifically go over those, but those are listed here. So we will still follow that. But the exciting part to me is we are going to be adding some data collection to this pilot. So I think this will give the state a better idea of just our student population, and we'll be able to track their completion rates better. And I think, like I said, it'll just be an opportunity for us to work with KSDE to establish some really good data to determine if this pilot is being successful. All right, I'm going to leave.
Sure, you bet. Okay, let's talk a little bit about next steps. This is obviously an item of information, and next month it'll come to you as an action item. And so the flow of things would be that the pilot, if you so choose, would be we would have 15 school districts that would be eligible to participate. And of course, that would require their Board of Education approval to do so as well. And so we are asking for that option to be able to do that. In terms of our local school district support, we do have that. We've been speaking to the superintendents, and they really believe in this, and they believe that it will help our communities be stronger because we'll be able to help support adults earn their high school diploma. And so we do have Mr. Potter here, and he would certainly be able to speak from the perspective of a school superintendent if you are interested. And then we will just open it up to what questions that you might have for Dr. Harwood or the three of us.
Okay, Betty?
Thank you. Are you ready for me now, or?
Yes.
Okay. So I got a lot of little disjointed bits and pieces, and I am completely naive, so help me get on board with this. I know we're talking about a diploma versus GED, but adult education comes under their purview of the state. See, I'm learning something.
So if they're trying to earn a high school diploma, then adult education is still under the purview of KSDE, the state board, and public schools. If it's a GED, then it's
right,
not.
Right.
So the difference would be is that a public school is required to have the student enroll through 19. 20 and over is optional, and not every district does anything with that. So in that, there's a separate statute about alternative schools, which isn't specific to adults, but is very common that you have an adult alternative program. So that's what this is about.
I needed that part because that's something I really didn't know. Now, also, when we count graduation, is it still, if they don't graduate with their cohorts, that it's not counted for? Help me with that.
Right. So the student's cohort is already finished, and so they were counted as a non-graduate with their cohort, and this will not impact a district's graduation rate because you don't get put back into a new cohort. So cohort begins when you begin your freshman year of high school, and then it ends at 4 years later. So this won't impact anybody's graduation rates. It is only helping adults get diplomas, mostly because they've decided that this is a part in their life where that is going to make a difference for what they're going to do for something else.
And one other quick thing, and I promise, because again, this is so foreign to me that I have to ask these questions. I like the idea. I mean, I love this concept. And I think that, again, when we look at success of Kansans, this is something that attributes to the success. Is there not a way that this could be counted or showing the great things? I mean, if they're not counted with their cohorts, then this is like dropouts that never do anything, which that's not the case. So how do you combine that so that we're showing success?
So I will say that I am not aware currently that we are collecting data from districts when they graduate an adult after their cohort has graduated. Certainly that's something we can start looking at. I will say that the data, we've asked Orion to collect additional data so that we can look at some things. One is, and was talked about, is that they take people that enroll throughout the year. And so, and with adults, sometimes they're not there all year, and so it ebbs and flows. So one of the things we're looking at is there a better way than a single count date to fund adult education? The other thing we're looking at is some of the costs that are involved in this are more social services or workforce development. So what we may be looking at with this is that maybe there is some combination of funding sources where education funding is for earning the credit like it is for the virtual side, but that there are funding streams either from DCF or the Department of Commerce that are helping with helping these adults advance further. So that's actually the reason for the pilot, is so that we can collect some more data, figure that out, and then look at where do we need to ask for changes in the law or regulation to make this work better for the adults and for the schools that are trying to provide the service.
Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we happen to have any numbers as far as how many of these students it impacts, or adults that it impacts?
Yes, at graduation last night, they shared that, this is my first year at Orion, so we have graduated, adults alone, over 2,700 students.
In 1 year, this year?
No, not this year.
I was like,
no. That would be amazing.
Yeah,
but no.
15 districts and 2,700.
Yes,
Wow.
yes.
Okay.
Just over the time that we have been doing adult education.
Okay. And then what's that? Is there a cutoff age? You guys mentioned 20 a lot. Is there like a?
No. Joni, do you want to speak kind of the age range?
Yeah. According to the state statute, there is no age range. So if we have students who walk in the door, they could go back to a school district at age 45. So that's why most districts partner with programs like Orion, because they don't want that. So, but we've had many reasons why students want to come back to high school at an older age. This year at one of our graduations, we had a mother-daughter situation. The student didn't graduate with her fourth-year cohort, so due to a pregnancy, so she graduated in her fifth-year cohort, and it was very important for her mom to do that as well. So she got into school, finished in a year, and they walked across the stage together.
Wow. It would be nice to find a way to tell those stories, wouldn't it?
Yes.
It's also really important to understand that the adults come back in a variety of, some just need 1 or 2 credits that something happened their last semester, and then they just, when they were 18, they didn't think that was important, and now they do. Others come back with very few credits. We actually have some that are from other countries, and so that's where the ESL program is there. So there's not one way to say that this is the typical adult learner. It's a wide variety, and that's why some of the flexibility is so important. because as adults, they also are trying to support families and themselves. And so the current method doesn't work. The problem that we have with just the virtual part is that student that was doing well in high school but then just didn't finish for whatever reason, they may be able to do a virtual only option. Other students that left high school without graduating for other reasons need more support that may be partially in person but doesn't have to be completely in person. And that's what we're trying to come up with this hybrid option.
Well, because it would require them to quit a job, maybe,
it
to
could, yes.
do that, and they just can't do that, right? Okay, Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Michelle, you stole most of my questions, but I was actually looking for the average number of learners that are in the state per year, that are students in the count. I think that's more of a KSDE question, probably.
So I did not look at that. We could look at that because we would, as part of the auditing, we would keep track of the adult education programs. What we haven't kept track is completion rates. But we know how many are there. So we'll look that up and try to get that out on Friday.
That's awesome, because that's kind of, I guess, where my mind's going is if they don't have any skin in the game because there's no truancy law, they don't have to be there, it would be like free for them to sign up, change their mind. And now they're getting counted and they're taking a student, portion of funding that, but they didn't follow through because there's no implementation. And so I just looked at, you guys would know those statutes, but I just quick looked at the Constitution, and I know it says no tuition shall be charged for attendance at any public school to pupils required by law to attend such school. So there's no reason to assume that they shouldn't have to maybe put skin in the game, and then upon graduation or upon completion of their classes, then they get that back, or something that says you have to have some kind of skin in the game, that you're not just going to sign up and leave. And are they getting full amounts of money for full attendance, even if they're only taking maybe 2 classes, like you said? Those are the things that are bubbling around in my brain right now.
You would have to have an average of 30 hours a week or 6 hours a day out of that 12 days to be counted as a full-time student. Without that, then you would be prorated down to whatever that part-time student is. I will say that I think the funding or the charging issue is another issue, because then that becomes a barrier and what happens with that. But I will say, if you look at the data that we're asking for Orion to collect, it is about when did they start, how many credits did they start when they came in, when was their last day of attendance, and look at some of those. You'll have adults that, by their choice or not, will cycle back in and out. And what we're looking for is how many credits did they earn while they were there, and were they making progress? I think that is an important part of what we're looking at to say, do we need to say a rule that, you've been at this for 15 years and you haven't had any credits, what should we do? And I don't think we're ready to take action on that because we haven't collected good data on it, but we actually, in this pilot, we will be collecting some of that data with the districts that participate.
Yeah, I like to hear that. But on the other side of the coin, I will say that you had the homeless people up there, but you did not have people in group homes. You might want to add that.
Say that again, Debbie.
Adults in group homes.
Group homes.
And one thing I do want to speak on that too, as Jill mentioned, we take students all year long. So even though our funding window is a 12-day period, we're taking students throughout the year, and that's including our jail facilities too. So
right.
Those facilities
So
are
you're
so
not getting any
fluctuating,
funding
and
for
we
any
are
of
getting
those.
zero funding.
Right.
So I feel like, as a taxpayer, I hear what you're saying, but I feel really good about the fact that if you looked at our numbers from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, we are serving many students with no funding.
Yeah, that's what I thought I
The
heard
thing
you say.
I just want to clarify real quick is that, so Orion, as a service center, can't apply for the waiver. The districts have to do that. As a kind of the compromise, the way we're looking at it, and if you look at the way the motion is worded, what you would do if you approve this is that the districts, and the ones that are eligible we're listed as the 13, if they choose to participate with Orion in the waiver, KSD will receive information from their Board of Education, and then that would be what would allow the district to do that. But what you'll be approving is, here are the rules and the guidelines. we were a little bit, in part, Liz, it's my fault for not getting to this earlier in the year, but making sure that the districts understood what the guidelines would be before they were committed to joining in. So that's how it would flow. We may not have the commitment from all the districts by your June meeting based on when their June board meetings are, but just rest assured that before they can participate, their school board will have to take action to join the pilot program.
Okay. And if I heard you right, every one of them has to enroll through a district. That's the whole part of the big process.
Because we fund and audit school districts. The
yeah.
school district is working with Orion to provide this service.
Gotcha. Jim?
Would I be correct in assuming that every student that you have has had multiple barriers? And the barriers that you're talking about is that if they're going to, they probably can't be employed and attend 30 hours a week. Or they may need support, but right now they can either do one or the other, and we're trying to break down barriers that make sense. So I don't have a question, I have an editorial comment. It appears to me that we're breaking down barriers and making things available for people that have had multiple barriers and maybe not have a lot of resources. And I think so I want to commend you for doing this, because I think it's just absolutely excellent. And then it would be remiss of me not to ask Mr. Potter if in fact this is universal support among your colleagues.
Absolutely. I think when you go back to 30 years of Orion, they've been on the forefront of virtual education and adult learning. And so with that being said, I think a model program and with this pilot or this waiver, I think it just shows the progressive nature of that. And for us to, we're honored to be a part of that. And we see these students come through. Some of these students we've never had in our brick and mortar. They may move into our community from a different state, from a different district across the state. And for us to be able to support that along with our colleagues of other superintendents and district in the state is definitely exciting. Removing those barriers for those kids who had some things happen to them throughout their educational career and lives, to give them another chance and another spark to move forward. And I commend these ladies behind us and all of their staff, because when you say that you'll take a student in January or February or March or April or even right now, is a huge commitment because of just the nature of it. So thank you for the opportunity to submit this to you guys today, and also publicly thank Orion for their efforts.
Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. Do you all need a break, or do you want to keep moving? Break. Okay, 5 minutes. Be back as quick as you can, please. Okay, we are back. We'll try to run through here. Two things, and hopefully I'm not forgetting anything. Conversation around and in between breaks. We are looking at a June 8th. I don't know if you call it a special meeting or a pre-extension of our regular meeting to spend some time that afternoon. I would say 1 o'clock to approximately 4. Play it by ear. We would be right here in the boardroom to continue the discussion. And I'm going to kind of a little bit leave it on Melanie and Danny to kind of give us a small topic so that we can stay. We're going to talk about this. So we'll work on getting something like that so we're not all over the place but can really focus on a chunk at a time or something like that. So put that on your calendar. And then just an FYI, we did have, and I just think this board should be aware fully, we did have LPA looking into stuff. They got the information they wanted, and apparently there's nothing going on at this point, but there is conversation about some auditing of this board, policies, I don't know, there were some different things. So if you have, if you want more information, I honestly forgot to print out anything I had, so but I felt like it was important that everybody was on that knew that was going on. They have a meeting on Monday. There's nothing on their schedule, so we don't see anything coming at this point. I think they got their questions answered, and I think we're good. But if you don't know, if for LPA to do anything, a legislator has to ask. So somebody's doing something. So just so you're aware. So I think those are really my two things. Does anybody have a quick committee report? I know Beryl went to the Keisha meeting. Thank you. And Jim, right? Oh, I'm sorry. And Melanie. Sorry, Michelle. The M's always get me.
We had our first site council meeting that we've had in a long time, and I think only 3 out of 21 that were invited were not able to go. Were not able to attend. One from Wichita, and then I think one parent and Robert Cooper. He wasn't able to attend, but he's very busy in multiple hats. So, but we'll have another one in September. So awesome. And it went very well. A lot of things came up that they want to plan for the next meeting. This is more of like kind of like getting under, getting our bearings together and covering the task force, covering their second dual accreditation that they get because the school is residential. Just wanted to put that out there that meeting went very well.
And for the public, the School for the Deaf is who Michelle's talking about.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, so that site council went very well, and it was very well attended. And I think the movement is to continue and not to move it to Zoom. I think that we lose people with that. So I think everybody was kind of like, we're here, and in person's much better. So I just want to bring that up.
Wonderful. That's good to hear. Thank you. So anything on the Keisha part that anybody wants to? Yes, sir.
Yeah, there are several things that happen in Keisha. I'll trying to be as brief as possible. There's a 500-mile rule, so you can't travel more than 500 miles, like for extra activities. However, that included things like esports and debate and things that were done virtually. And so, since virtually is in your home spot, it's still, if the event was happening 500 miles away, you couldn't participate. So we waived that rule by a vote of 62 to nothing. Something that came up, and it got some traction in the legislature, and that was some moratoriums that was presented. And there were 3 votes. There were 3 things that came up, and this was brought to us by a priest. But was not supported by the diocese. Okay. And that was that nothing can happen after 6 o'clock on any Wednesday, nothing can happen on Sunday, and nothing can happen during Holy Week. 2 of those didn't even get a motion made. One of them got a motion made, and it was soundly defeated. But those of us in rural Kansas typically do not plan things on Wednesday nights. Certainly maybe have a voluntary shootout or shoot-around or something on Sunday. And Holy Week is different every year. And so it's very difficult to plan home and away, which you do all the time. So there wasn't, but there was support for this at the legislative
I saw
area.
that.
So that's a concern. I just wanted you to be aware of that. However, these events are typically, at least in rural Kansas, these events are typically not school events, but club events.
Right.
And they are all the time. My grandchildren play every Sunday. And so I think that they were conflating what happens in schools and what happens in other places. But anyway, that's something to be on the radar. And the biggie, girls flag football is now a sanctioned activity. We thought that was going to be controversial. The vote was 61 to 1.
Oh. Okay.
And there's some other things, and that's Burl wants to.
Well, thank you for that. It's good to hear what's going on in that world. Debbie, you had a committee report?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So we both attended the teacher vacancy committee meeting, and simultaneously to that was my Casey meeting. So my Casey meeting started like 30 minutes before, so I had that on one Zoom, and I had you on another Zoom, and this one was really loud because they were doing a program at a school. And I guess the only feedback I'd have, because I couldn't really hear it really well, was that the kids knew exactly what they were talking about with the games that they played, the financial games, to learn how to be financially responsible, and they just looked very energized. And that's about all I got out of that meeting before I had to turn it off because it was too much noise for this meeting. And I hope you took good notes, because I had 2-3 pages of notes, but it's not in this notebook. So
Yeah, no, sadly I was an hour late because I was driving back, and so it was all messed up, and then I didn't have a mic, so I think I finally got that fixed. So that's all been fun. Yeah, it's been nuts. But I think I would just say that the Boost event, which is about teacher retention recruitment with districts, is in Emporia at the end of June. 2 days, 28th, 29th, I want to say. Is anybody else? Anyway, right there. So that's one of the things. But yeah, just that constant conversation, especially with special ed. Lots of conversation on that level. Jim?
That's the equivalent of a pocket dial.
The committee I attended?
No.
Oh, sorry, I was so not tracking.
I was still on my.
I know, me too. Okay. Dennis.
Well, more of information on just, we had the blessing of attending, we had the CTSO kids here, and one of them is the Family Community Career Leadership of America Club, and that's really strong in Saline County, southeast of Saline, and they wrote me a handwritten invitation to their celebration in Salina, so I went, and it was just a great experience seeing families support that. Then Ag in the Classroom, we had our quarterly board meeting and just report. Remember that Teacher of the Year, Ag Teacher of the Year last year that we saw in video? She's, in her master's program, she wrote some literacy curriculum that involved agriculture, worked into her curriculum. And so they hired her, Kansas Foundation of Ag in the Classroom, to work with them for, I think she's going to do that for a year. So that's kind of a nice,
Yeah, very fun.
something that happens when someone is self-motivated.
Yeah.
Hey, was that handwritten thing in cursive?
It actually was, Jim. That was my first impression, and I got to go to this because I got to meet this president of this club that wrote this handwritten invitation.
Okay, we're good. Okay, next is acting on travel approvals. I would take a motion. Betty, seconded. Jim, anybody? Lots of people. All in favor? Okay, wonderful. Okay. Quickly, obviously we are time pressing, but do we have any board comments? Anything you want to just literally quickly speak out about the meeting we just had or something? Otherwise, we'll move on to agenda requests.
Madam Chair, so on this last AG letter that we got, we were supposed to respond. Did we respond with a letter? We were requested to respond. Did we respond with a letter?
Last AG request.
I don't know, April 8th.
If you're talking about the AG requests on Cora complaints,
I don't know. We have a lot. Let me look.
that's the only AG letter I'm aware of.
Yes, sir.
So
It's
we
a
have
bar
not-
complaints. So it had asked for the board to, we appreciate the board's written response. So I just didn't know if we had made one.
The answer date is being protected. We're communicating, both myself are communicating and Scott Gordon are communicating directly with AG, and the deadline has been extended, but some additional information. So we protect those deadlines, and the formal comprehensive response has not yet been filed.
Okay. Would the board be notified for us to respond if we do?
What do you mean for you to
Well, I
respond?
mean, if the board
There's
is going-
There are 3 different complainants. You're not one of them. Your attorney and will be responding on behalf of the board, and then also the general counsel will be responding on behalf of the agency. And the responses, which we typically and routinely do, share those results with the board.
Yes.
Okay, so there's no need for the board to agree on the response? Okay.
Okay. Next up would be future agenda requests. And there was something earlier that I didn't write down, and now I forget what it was.
My amendment?
No, no, I know that.
Feel free for everyone to raise your hand and add anything you want to the future agenda. Just want to encourage them.
Michelle?
I've had several, communications back and forth with Dr. Watson on assessments and testing, and I just want clarification on the interchangeability of those words being used simultaneously. I feel like a test is different than an assessment, and I just would like to get further clarification on what the state of Kansas considers a test versus an assessment.
Okay. Dennis, I'll get you there.
Well, this may be somewhat ambiguous, but when teachers are trained as teachers at the university level, what is going on with their training now to approach this the IT issues in the classroom? I mean, we're looking at this really, as a problem. So going forward, and I don't know who would address that, but what is happening in the university classroom for teachers to prepare them
in the world of IT?
Yeah, to deal with it when they actually start working.
Okay. We'll talk to people and see what we can find out.
Dr. Lane, I don't know.
No.
It would be somebody.
It would be about standards, but I don't know if that would relate because we don't license IT people. I don't know.
No, but I think, Dennis, are you asking in terms of what are teachers learning about technology in the classroom?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
That would be in the standards.
Okay.
So
perfect.
Catherine can report on
Okay.
that for you.
Okay.
Beryl?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Something Michelle said reminded me of this. I would like, and I don't know if this is a policy committee thing, or maybe someone can just provide me with that information because it's an area I'm unfamiliar with and haven't experienced on any other boards. But when someone is saying they're present and not voting, I just need, personally, I would appreciate a clarification on what that means.
Okay.
And so I don't know if it's something we need to explore as a board as far as general discussion, or maybe somebody can just help me me understand.
Okay.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Okay, before we move forward with board member, I'm sorry? Connie, okay. So I couldn't figure out where you were pointing to.
I want to know what happened to the pilot program that was being used by Olathe and 3 other schools on the assessment test.
Yeah, we're
Are we still
working
doing
on-
that?
Well, the waiver went forward. That's what we voted on.
I mean, but that's on the adult education. I mean, the other pilot program that Olathe the school.
Right. So we apply to the federal government on May 1 for a waiver. We're waiting to hear from them.
Okay. Okay, why are you standing? I'm trying to figure out what you're doing. Okay, before we move forward with Ms. Potter's conversation about Cora things, as I understand it, I'm going to read something that's actually on the KSD website under the board page. And it talks about how the Kansas State Board of Education oversees public K-12 education across the state. As established in the Kansas Constitution, the board provides general supervision of public schools and the educational interests of Kansas, except for institutions governed by K-Board. Its responsibilities include setting education policy, adopting academic standards, overseeing educator licensure, and establishing the statewide accreditation system to help ensure Kansas students receive a high-quality education. My point being, there's nothing about the laws that govern Cora requests. So, Board Member Potter, you have a motion I believe you were wanting to make.
Actually, I wanted discussion, yeah. And
The last time you tried to have a discussion about the Cora matters, it failed. So, do you have a motion to make when it comes to?
Okay, so generally when you make a motion, you get to speak to it first. So if you'd like me to put in the motion first, I will. I wrote it out.
Yes.
So whatever I wrote out last time, that was what I would want. And it only really covers 3 things that do serve the educational interests of my constituents who are wanting to know basically information of how the board is functioning through its Friday notes, through its legal fees from the board council, and through our board pay. I can tell you, I woke up this morning, my daughter was like, because I stay at her house, and she was like however many megabytes it was, and I mean, I was going out the door, so I didn't have a lot of time, but apparently our board pay had, I think, our addresses redacted. I mean, I don't think they're asking my constituents. My daughter just happens to be a constituent, but she has a lot, she actually crowdsources this, so it's not even just her. Anyway, the big issue is that the Friday notes, there's no need really in Friday notes, that communication between the commissioner and I don't even know if those are going to continue, for those to be carrying.
Board member, I really need you to make a motion so we can understand.
I did make a motion.
No, ma'am.
The standing written motion.
I need you to speak your motion at the table.
Okay,
what are you?
Let me read it. I'll read it if you want me to read it.
Mark, would you hand her that copy?
Because I think Deborah had a copy of this too. I, Debbie Potter, move that the following documents be made available to the public at the same time as they become available to the board members. Invoices from board legal counsel, the itemized expense reimbursements paid to the board members, pre and post agenda informational letters to the board as a whole by the commissioner, commonly referred to as Friday notes. These documents are currently being requested on a regular basis. The rationale is the public is a key component in reviewing information provided the board for accuracy and accountability. It has been demonstrated that the public has found this process to be costly, cumbersome, confusing, and often ineffective at attaining information in a timely manner. I would add that the price went from $46 a month to $271 a month. You asked me to make the motion out loud.
Your motion doesn't include dollar figures.
No, that was my rationale.
Do I have a second for this motion? Connie is a second. All in favor of this discussion?
Is there no discussion?
Can I have a question?
Go ahead.
Just a comment. There were a couple people that reached out and used VPNs this week and were not able to access just normal materials.
Right, because of the website issue.
Yeah. So we just want to make sure that anything as far as like PowerPoints and that type of thing, I think those should always be accessible. All PowerPoints, when we get it, it should be about the same time that everything hits 2 weeks prior to our meeting.
That's impossible.
Well, I know, but that's the problem.
That's impossible.
So I'm just saying, if we're voting on something on that Tuesday or Wednesday, and we're just getting the information on that Friday,
that doesn't happen.
Yes, it does. It does.
We have very few times that we vote immediately. Seriously,
it's a lot of information. I mean,
it is a lot of information, and they're presentations that the board receives.
So when we get people saying,
which the
"Well,
public
were there any
sees at the same
questions
time
that were sent to you?" and we're getting information Friday, there may not be time to send a question because we're going through 600 pages of information that's PowerPoints in a Friday notes.
Madam Chair, in your position, there should be some semblance of neutrality because I'm really feeling the hostility of the conversation right now, because I am trying to put forward a motion for transparency. That's all this really affects is transparency. I've asked for 3 things that are able to be gotten through open records requests, but why would we make our constituents pay $271? I've tried to say this number, $271 each month just to get this information. That is a lot of money, and it's information that really honestly should be able to be even just self-redacted. Friday notes, just don't put sensitive board information in Friday notes. You put it in an email. The board council legal fees, these are just monthly given to us. You know, I don't think there's hardly ever anything in there that you have to redact, but maybe a name or two. The board pay, I guess just our addresses. I mean, these are not really like hard, and I think once we get kind of used to what cannot be in these things or what must be just self-redacted, it'd probably be fairly easy and not make it something so cumbersome on the regular parents and voters who just want to have a second eye on this information. It's just transparency. That's what it is.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
The Friday notes, unless there is a thing in Friday notes that says this is attorney-client related, you can share it with your daughter, and you can share it with your constituents. You have the choice whether to share your Friday notes with anybody.
I was told no.
I'm
glad you're telling me yes.
Who told you no? Who told
Dr.
you
Watson,
no?
I asked you if I could share the Friday notes with all my local board members, and I was told I would not like that.
You can.
And then Dr. Watson has also been concerned about his whereabouts being published. So I would like to know that the Friday notes are in a format that the commissioner's comfortable to share.
Madam Chair. And it's none of your damn business where you. I'm going to speak to this.
Can I
No, I'm going to speak to this. The Friday notes are my communication to an elected Board of Education. You can, they are subject to open records requests. All right, that is the process that we use. And so I don't communicate directly to the public through it. They are a communication that I use to communicate to you. And they are
And I understood that when you shared that with me, and I have not shared out your Friday notes for that reason. So I'm asking, though, that since it is subject to open records, that we just make it in a redacted form that's publicly available, so that this is expensive, $271 a month.
And in the future, the future commissioner may decide to not put information that he wants the board to know, like where I'm going to be the next week. But I think in communication to the board, you would have your attorney look at that information and make sure there's nothing in it that would disclose private information that would be not subject to open records. That's it. That's why an attorney needs to look over that. If I wanted to communicate to the public, I do that often. But this communication is directly to you. Doesn't mean it can't be shared. I know that. But that's why an attorney would need to look over it to make sure there's nothing in it that would be not disclosable to the public.
Madam Chair, if I may, and I'll try to be very brief because of the time factor. We have spent a lot of time dealing with administrative things that have absolutely no bearing on moving the needle for educating our students. So my level of frustration is high because I wonder, when someone says they need the Friday note, how many people have asked you for that? When you say, my constituents. And I'm wondering, and that's rhetorical. Please don't feel the need to answer it. The thing that bothers me is that every month at the end of the meeting, we start talking about, should he put out Friday notes? What does it cost for the commissioner to send an email or text message to 10 board members? We're talking about it costs. Okay, that's not a cost on him, but for the public to want this every month, for what? That is the question. This is rhetorical and my opportunity, and I want to speak because there was a motion made, there was a second, we got into a discussion without a vote, and that's fine, so I'm going to share that when I ran for the board, it was dealing with education, not how administration functioned, not how much the attorney got paid, not how much did I get paid for my travel, not how much I was reimbursed for the time that I spent. I spend a lot of unreimbursed time because I care about the education of the students here in the state of Kansas. I care about their success. I care. That's why I ran. That's why I was elected. And when we sit here and we operate in a way of somebody wants to know the attorney and why should they have to pay? Well, that's not the educational issue that the 10 of us were elected to deal with. It's an aside to what we were elected to deal with. So if I go to a restaurant and I want a side dish that's not on the menu, guess what? I have to pay extra for that side. And every month we deal with a side issue. And we are asked to do this every month. I made the request that let's look at this, let's decide as a board, do we want to continue with this path of every month, this the side dish? Or do we want to stay focused on the main menu, which she read what the main menu was. Now, we've all kind of jumped in because I think the level of frustration has been high. We've addressed it, we voted on it, and it keeps coming back. And so
We have
I
an
am
active motion on the
hoping,
floor.
ma'am,
We didn't just vote on it. We have an active motion on the floor.
We
have
voted,
to vote. We still have to vote.
We
we
had
have
a
voted
vote.
on this prior to,
No, we didn't.
Yes, we did.
okay, I'm not going to argue that. Let's say we didn't, and I'll move on.
Madam Chair, are we ready to vote?
We're ready to vote. I'm
Okay,
done.
so the motion
I'm going to say
is-
transparency is what I campaign to do. So I
Madam
don't know
Chair,
what
are we ready to
you
vote?
campaign
Yes,
to do, but
and
I
I'm
know what I
going
campaign
to
to do.
repeat
And
that
you
the
don't have to tell
motion
me
is
what I
made for the
Question.
documents to be made available to the public at the same time.
Okay.
That's the vote. All in favor? Yes. Okay, we here? Okay.
That's what we're voting for.
No, ma'am, that is not
No,
what
it
we're
is
voting for.
absolutely not what we're voting for.
That is not what your motion is, and that is not, stop, stop.
That's not what your motion's about.
My
All
motion
in-
is about
All
transparency.
in favor of the motion on the table, please raise your hand. All opposed? Present not voting. That motion fails. So the motion that was made to have these things, whatever all those words are, failed. That means this is over. This board has spoken as a majority, and we are done with the topic. Core requests are done by law, and they will continue to be done so. This meeting is now adjourned until June 8th. Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it is. Meeting is adjourned until June 8th.